Hi, my name is Chris, aka The Philosopher's Games, and these are my first thoughts up. Hi, my name is Chris, aka The Philosopher's Games, and these are my first thoughts after seeing both episodes of The Rings of Power, and I thought, mana means production-wise, written and what they wise, and how it's made, cinematography and so on, is absolutely beautiful. Like, it's really good in these regards. How good everything is, how good the story is, how there are like 4 different story arcs that will evolve through the seasons, I assume, and we will see where this will lead. There are some things I really liked, some stuff I probably didn't like too much. I have to say I'm really still skeptical, like a lot, really skeptical about the stranger and who he might be or not. Second Age seems also, I still need time to process. Like, it is just too much information, 2 episodes in my head. I really need to go through it, see it again, this time with subtitles. I have to watched it in English, and I understood pretty much most of things, but when the accents got really thick, I got kind of problem following what they were saying, so I have some blank pages still. But yeah, overall, I really enjoyed. I can definitely see why everybody was so positive about this show. It has huge potential in my opinion, though there's also a missed opportunity for not giving them more rights to just portray the really cool stuff. And like, every time they hint at, yeah, there's this cool stuff there in the background and we know it exists, but we don't have the rights for it, so we can't name it or tell you more about it. And that is unfortunate in my opinion. Still, I have to say, my first reaction is also really positive on this show. I'm still very curious how all of this will work out in the end and connect, how interesting the story is. It might be that having these arcs, sometimes the arcs switched and all the arcs are interesting, but I want to follow that specific arc a little bit more. That's, I guess, a good sign in a way. Very curious how much these arcs branch out and connect again and so on. Will be very interesting to see. Currently, I'm very curious where they're going with everything. And it will be like, just getting the references made in this show was just a tremendous amount of work, I feel. Very, like, the language details. For example, I forgot what it was called, but just the detail, just to give you what I appreciate. You know, I like languages too, and I cover a lot of Tolkien language details. For example, sadly I forgot how it's called. Something like a Sigil Tarak or something like this. I think the second word is Tarak, a dwarvish word. And the actor didn't roll the R, he said the throat R. And Tolkien writes in Appendix E that, yeah, that is how dwarves at some point started to pronounce the R. So they didn't, they wouldn't say, I don't know, Tarak, they would say Tarak. And almost like, I can say it quite well because it's how in German the R is pronounced. So that's just such a small detail, and I really appreciate details like this, I have to admit. Like, language details always make me happy. So yeah, before this video gets far too long and just see it as a little, I don't know, first impression recording just off the bat without much preparation. Yeah, so I hope I get this little first impression video out really soon. I try to avoid spoilers. Thank you people for watching. Maybe if you like this, check my other content. There is definitely more on this channel. Check the Galadriel video on my channel in case you definitely want to know more about this character. We only are in the first age with her still. There will be more parts to this video, so don't worry about spoilers, I guess. And yeah, also press a like button, leave a comment, tell me what you thought about the show. I'm very curious about that. And maybe subscribe or recommend me to other people who like Tolkien. Would be much appreciated. So, thank you for watching. See you next time or in a moment in the stream. Okay, I got it, I think. So, welcome everyone. Nice to see you all in chat. There's like a tremendous amount of things going on in the background. Sorry for being so late as always. Also, for people wondering, I just released like an, what do you call it, unplugged first impressions video. I also should get rid of my headphones so I can speak in a normal voice because they're shutting off the sound pretty well. I don't know. It's just I'm still overwhelmed and processing what is going on. So welcome everyone. So nice to see you all here this late in the night, early in the morning, or whatever your time it is for you. I guess best of our Australian people because it's the middle of the day for them. For me, it's 6. It's 6:30 in the morning, and yeah, I just watched it. I hope the stream is running and everything kind of works because, as said, there will be a really difficult thing. Like, wow, that was a lot. Like 2 hours filled with quite a lot of information and all kinds of details and things I liked, things I didn't like as much, things I'm very curious about. But overall, my first impression is still kind of positive, I have to say as well. I can definitely see where all these 7s and 8s, and I don't know, some people might even go higher, are coming from. Enjoying the sunrise, yeah, exactly. That is a good way to put it. We have to see how we work through this today. Like, I have no idea. Like, even the technical side of things is not that complicated. Like, in the time I stopped watching all the stuff, I don't know. I had to prepare the stream. I had to make thumbnails. I just recorded a video and uploaded it. I just finished another video for the German channel. Like, it was a lot of stuff currently going on. I worked as fast as I could, and it's sorry for you to have waiting, like keeping you waiting here for such a long time. Probably should have moved the schedule like probably to half past hour later or so. I don't know. It's just a lot of stuff going on. How about the soundtrack? Was it Middle Earth like? That's a good question. I would say the style of it was definitely different. Like, it's a different style compared to how it Shaw did it for The Lord of the Rings. 100%. Still, and I have to say, when I heard through the listened to the soundtrack when it was first released before the show started, I thought it wasn't bad, but I wasn't like absolutely on board with it. Like, I thought, okay, but it really felt like something was missing for me. And now seeing it with the visuals, and that was the part that was missing, it felt really good, I have to say. Like, it was fitting. I definitely can see that maybe some people might not like it because it is definitely a different approach at times. But overall, I have to say, I personally like the soundtrack. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe let's go a bit through chat and you people tell me what, if you have seen it, what your thoughts were. The music was mediocre too. Interesting. I felt most of it had barely any Tolkien feel. Okay, interesting. I can see that. The first episode was, I really liked it, I have to admit, because it had a lot of exposition, and I like exposition simply, that it's as simple as that. And a lot of details I could say, okay, that could be a reference to that, and this could implicate this. Like, you know what I mean? It's just a lot of stuff going on. In this, I can definitely see that people might found it not that great also, but I definitely noticed like so many little details, and I like details. It's as simple as that. So I made an example. Like, I don't know if people in the meantime have watched my first impressions video. Maybe I can link it here in chat. I potentially have it still in my thing here. I have. Awesome. Well, some people already had. I can't answer comments right now, so Depeche Mode already recorded that, but I basically, what I said there is a scene in episode 2. Like, first of all, we will go through the episodes in a moment, and technically that is very challenging, going through the episodes in a moment. But because I want to show you also some footage, But I have to be very careful with the footage. I don't want to get copyright striked or anything. There will be only stills, nothing else, no place. I have to be really careful here. But technically, I should be able to show you some stuff. I hope it works as good as I hope it will work, but we will find out in a moment. So there was a scene, just to finish my thought. Just let me think of things, because it's always complicated. Like, you know how technique is. So I forgot to make the spoiler warning, right? But yeah, I wouldn't say it doesn't matter too much, but I definitely should keep this in mind. How can we do this? Let me just think for a very short amount of time. That will take you will think it's basically in, I don't know, ages, millennia, but for me it's just a very brief moment, because I have to find out how to do text here really fast. Spoiler. So we'll make like something like a spoiler warning. I consider for everyone watching this stream that you person have watched the episodes, or maybe don't plan to watch them and still just want to hear my opinion, but don't mind that we will go in quite some detail about everything that we have seen so far. So just as a disclaimer here at the start. Also, if you haven't seen the Galadriel video on my channel, please watch it. The views make me kind of sad. So I won't stop promoting the video. I know probably most of you have seen it already. But yeah, for extreme spoilers, let's say book spoilers, I will maybe show you something like, I don't know, like a warning on the screen. Let's maybe make it a bit smaller, something like that. We'll just have a text on screen. I have to do something for next stream. And that will be on screen and you will see it, and then you know, okay, now it's spoiler time. But yeah, in case you just have seen the first episode, we jump now into a scene, I think it's definitely from the second episode. So yeah, here, spoiler warning, verbally. You cannot show Ungoliant. Yeah, we'll come to that in a moment. We go through it chronology, but I talked about this in my first impression video. You see Elrond and Durin having this contest in episode 2. And while, like, the interesting part of this is that Durin, I forgot the exact name, and I currently don't have the possibility to listen to it again or see it again on screen, but he says something like Sigil Tarag, which is very interesting. He says not Tarak, he says Tarag. The R is the throat R, if that makes sense. That's how, for example, the German R is also often pronounced. Ratte, or I don't know, Ruder, or I don't know what other German word starts with an R. I don't know, words. And that's a very interesting detail, because it definitely, for me at least, hints at that somebody knew what he was talking about, or what he was doing, because in Appendix E in The Lord of the Rings, we can read, let me just see if I find this really fast and can read it to you. Appendix E is about language and pronunciation and writings and so on. And I have to see where it's written. It's a bit hard to find, because it's a note about the dwarves. Maybe it's here with the R. Ah yeah, the orcs and some dwarves are said to have used a back or uvula R, a sound which the elder found distasteful. So here they don't go for the trilled R with the dwarves, but Tolkien hints here in his writing in Appendix E that they go for the more, he said more back R, a uvula R, so that is like, a throat sound. It's basically how the German R would be pronounced, or it's maybe to the German CH, which would be the voiceless version. Then we have also the, what is it called, the Vela, the voiced Vela fricative that we have in Smeagol, something like this. Yeah, and this is the voiceless R. The orcs also use it, and some dwarves, which is an interesting detail, to be honest, but it is very, like, this is a detail, and they decided to go for it. And people who know their stuff definitely know that this somebody put in some thought and work into this. And these are details I usually, of course, appreciate quite a lot. But this was definitely something I noticed. Like, it's really strange that in episode 2 I noticed that he said Tarak instead of Tarak or anything. Really pretty interesting. But yeah, in chat is going on Elrond being Sprechwriter for Gil-galad, speechwriter. Yeah, we come to all the details like that. I have to say, I was very skeptical seeing some of the clips of Elrond. Now seeing it in full, I'm on board with him. Like, I think the actor is insanely competent at what he's doing. He's really good. And the way the speeches or what they are saying was written was also pretty decent, I have to admit. So the question is, of course, how will we tackle this beast? So that is a problem. Maybe we start with the first few scenes. And as said, it might be very, very difficult to do. My computer's also not liking it, I have to admit. I will often switch to this screen here that you currently see because I have to do stuff in OBS in the background. And yeah, it's really interesting. Let me just see if I find the right scene here. Yeah, okay, I think I found it already. The first fun scene. Sauron looked good, yeah. I would say he looked scary. And that is what he should look. What's up, my dude? Yeah, I'm just here looking at chat and trying to, at the same time, processing what I just experienced, and it was a lot, and I have a lot of thought on this. So there was a first scene that we have seen. Honestly, we will see. I don't know. I'm currently more positive towards it, I have to admit. So first scene is this boy here. We see like Galadriel and the elf children people in this area. We have seen this in the trailer so far, not this scene though, but it is connected to that. And what is interesting, we see a boy and he has red hair. I thought, okay, that's a pretty awesome reference already, because for all the people who know the lore pretty well, let me just see who draws the best reference thing here. I guess it can only be Kimberly. I also want to point out that OBS had an upgrade today, which changed the maybe it's, I'm not sure. Maybe we go with Jenny Dolphin, right? She draws this character a lot. So I think it's one of her favorite characters. Shout outs to Jenny Dolphin. Which picture shall we take? I don't know. I like this one, to be honest, but maybe we go with another one. Let me just see. I have so many pictures of this particular character. Oh man, just too many. In case people wonder what I'm doing, I really try to find the best possible picture to depict this character. Whatever. We go with Jenny Dolphin's work here. It's awesome if you have so many talented artists drawing this character. And yeah, let me just see it on screen. Maybe it's him. Probably a lot of people are already writing in chat what's going. Elf felt way too human for me. Okay, interesting thought. Because Fëanor was the worst. There are a lot of discussions going on. Let us keep us, like, I don't know, it will be difficult to follow chat when you are discussing something completely unrelated, though I don't blame you. I would also want to discuss this quite a lot with other people, and it's going to be utter garbage, but I'm happy to hear people deep in the lore that the show works well so far. Yeah, we will discuss this. I'm not even sure how to structure the stream. Like, I'm completely, like, I haven't slept. I'm tired. I'm I'm also kind of positive, I have to admit, overall, and I have like a billion thoughts in my mind which I am currently not able to process or bring into a good order. But yeah, it might be this character here, Maedhros. I think that is young Maedhros that we see here, because there are not that many elves with red hair, and the only one I can, like the only elves I can come up with are Maedhros, this character, his mother, Nerdanel. Also have an artwork of her. Let me just see if I find it, because I want to shout out all the artists today. Like, after this long waiting, seeing something that at least doesn't make me sad is, in a way, already pretty awesome. Sara Morello has a very nice artwork of her. I hope I'm allowed to use it, but I will use it anyway. That is Maedhros' mother, Nerdanel, and I don't have the artwork of Nerdanel's father, and they all had red hair as far as I know. So beautiful artworks here, and I assume, yeah, he's the youngest from those I just told you about, so I assume it's him. Another indicator would be he is a son of Feanor, the firstborn son, and Galadriel, though, is the youngest daughter of Finarfin, which is a half-brother of this boy's father, if he is who I think he is. And of course I can't name him in the show, but everybody knowing the lore knows it's probably a Maedhros reference. And he has even, well, I don't want to spoil, well, will they ever do a Silmarillion show? Probably not, but he even has still both hands. Isn't that awesome? It's, yeah, that was the first scene I said, okay, that's pretty cool, I have to say. And he's, and some of them are kind of mean, like actual children of Feanor. It's absolutely fantastic. It's, yeah, really, really nice to see. Shoutouts to the Feanorian. Feanorians are always very interesting characters. Also here in the wrong stream. I just finished, but it's early for me. Glad to join you. Pretty awesome, Timbo, that you are here. I'm very looking forward to talking to you and a lot of other people soon. I still have to do the organization. Currently, I'm just not in my mind to I don't know, process everything we have seen. So we are I don't know how long I streamed now, 40 minutes or so, which half an hour is waiting, I guess. So 15 minutes or something, and we are still in the first picture, and I still have no idea where to go from here. But I'm kind of excited, I have to say. Like, I did not expect that I would like it that much, to be honest. Though there are things I'm not 100% sure yet if I like them or not. Great first episodes, can't see to wait. What were your impressions Timbo Took? Now that we have people don't know, Timbo Took also has a channel, and he's basically the Bob Ross of the Tolkien universe, and it's insanely awesome and relaxing, so maybe check out his channel at times. We'll maybe also link it in the description if I can. Let me just see. Just shout outs to Timbo. Also invited him to talk a bit about the show, I don't know, later this week or next week or whenever, but at some point. Let's put it that way. No specific dates yet. But yeah, I'm really curious what some of the other creators say, what their theories are, and there's definitely one thing I'm pondering quite a lot about, and that is for sure good old Stranger in the show. We come to him a bit later. Let me just see if I find the channel here, because I assume no moderator is currently available. Don't blame them. But yeah, so I should do that. But as said, I think this is Maedhros. For people wondering, who is Maedhros? That is a character from the first age, and he's very important in the histories and stories of the elves. Appears in quite a lot. Very fascinating character. Wow. About firstly talking what we're seeing and leave the comparison to the lore for the second step. Yeah, I don't know. It's just want to point out the references, I guess. Just getting my thoughts done. I'm not sure, chat. What do you people? very curious what people want to discuss first. Like, I guess I already said I'm relatively positive so far, and maybe we explore now why that is. I think that is the step to go. Most of the Lord of the Rings creators that I've seen so far liked it. Indie Geek, Nerd of the Rings, etc. Yeah. I also spoke with some of them already, and or definitely know their thoughts, and or spoke is the wrong word. I wrote with them over Discord and so on, and yeah, so far they were all very positive. So let me just set up the stuff here in the background and see what we are going on. So we have these children, and yeah, it's about this paper boat here. It's kind of a strange scene in a way, but I guess let me just see if I find the scene. We have this paper boat and they throw rocks at it, and yeah, very, very mean in a way. But yeah, as said, it could be Fëanorians. That's what they do, it seems. Still crazy even when they were childs. Members West was disappointed. Okay, that is interesting. Good to know. Then it's very interesting to talk with him, because I think when everyone is positive, especially in a discussion, it's always interesting to have a different perspective of somebody who did not like the show, who even was disappointed. I have to say, though, I'm definitely not on the boat of disappointment here. Yeah, then we have the scene where young Galadriel talks to her brother, and I think he is not named. I can't swear he is not, but let me just see. I have to be very careful here with stuff. Maybe zoom in a bit, else it's really hard to find these scenes. There's also a funny scene where a young Galadriel tries to punch Maedhros or whoever that was, one of the boys. I found that, yeah, maybe a bit too over the top in my opinion, but I don't know. We definitely see, though, her brother Finrod. She's sitting in front of him, they have a talk, and they try to, I don't know, what happens here, and I thought, okay, I wouldn't say I didn't like it. It was okay in my opinion, but like it's hard to explain in a moment for people who have not seen it. Or later in the episodes, Galadriel makes a decision, and part of it is based on this dialogue here. And basically they try to establish her motivation for this decision here in her childhood, and come up with it later. I think it kind of works, but I think it's not the most elegant way of doing this. Like, this is like, it's okay, but it's not a masterpiece. Like, I think the greatest filmmakers of our time would have done this a bit more smoothly. And writers, if I think of some other movies that are really good and really subtle in some ways, this kind of works, and they have to establish it, and just a series when they have just to make so much content, like not 2 hours or 3, but I don't know, how long is it? 8 hours in total. That's a lot of material, and then they have to do more seasons, so coming to a total of 50 hours. I can definitely see this problem here. So let me maybe find Finrod in the background really quick. Boy, this is annoying from this perspective. I would like to have this like the new. Something is strange with OBS. It drives me a bit nuts currently. So yeah, this is Finrod, I assume. I think he's not named. Chat, does somebody in chat can confirm or deny if this is if his name is dropped? I mean, it is mentioned. He is mentioned in the Lord of the Rings, so the name could be dropped. I'm not 100% sure anymore because it's too long ago. Maybe somebody in chat knows for sure, and I can't look it up currently. Maedhros was not a bully. I think you might be right, but you have to see it from the perspective. I think, did I remove Maedhros already? I did. From the perspective that with very few scenes, they want to make sure everybody gets who this might be. And we know that even though Maedhros is not a bully, he is still responsible for very terrible things due to his oath later. But yeah, you're of course right. He's a very interesting character. Maedhros has honor and so on. But you also have to consider these are elven children, and they are not at their peak. They are not fully developed yet. So maybe in his youth he had like a mean phase and developed out of it. Like, there are so many possibilities how you could spin this around. I agree with you, the Maedhros Reno from the Silmarillion would probably not be a bully like this, but and be it's very honorful. He's a very interesting character as well, but definitely I don't know, for very short scene, and especially giving him character. He's a character in this 5 seasons we probably won't ever see again, because he's not mentioned to my knowledge in The Lord of the Rings anyway. So I assume they can't name him. They can just make a reference, like a little nod towards the audience that he is who he might be and who he might become. And this is, I guess, some kind of a weird way of foreshadowing, if that makes sense. But of course, I get your point. I definitely get your point. But you have to see it like, we probably won't explore this character any further. And they had to, like, for the scene, I feel like they felt probably like, okay, we have to spice this up. This scene needs a conflict. How do we create the conflict with these children? And how do we build on that Galadriel later makes this decision? Like, there needed to be some event. And as said, I'm also not 100% sure if I really like it. I think it's okay, but I think it's not a masterclass on building the motivation for Galadriel later on. But it's definitely okay. I expected a paradise. Half-breeds, they mentioned that elf-human relations had been attempted twice before. Will there be half-breeds? Can there be half-breeds? Elrond half-elven. Strictly, it's a really complicated case with him, but for example, his father and his mother were both half-elven. And, well, his mother's also a very special case, to be honest. So the father of his mother would be the better case. Yeah, exactly. He's half-elven. It's a very, like, maybe see my video about Elrond on my channel. Maybe bring in some hours because it's very long. But probably I need to also make some discussion about the half-elven thing. It's complicated. Like, it's a really complicated topic. There's a term half-elven in Tolkien's universe, and you have to think about it more like this it's not a general term, I think, in my opinion. It just refers to Elrond and his line, because they have a very specific fate that is tied to this being half-elven. There are other men-elven hybrids, if you want to call them, also technically half-elven, but they are kind of different. This fate does not really apply to them. An example would be the Princess of Dol Amros, who also have elven blood in their family, but it's complicated, it really is. They have also elven blood in their family. However, what they also have is it's never mentioned that they also had to make the decision at some point. Like, you could argue at some point one of these. You could also maybe argue that the first half-elven simply decided to be men, but I don't think they had the decision. They were just men with elven blood in them, if that makes any sense. Also, I'm just strange things happening in the background of my computer, but okay, currently it's working again. But let me just see that we will be able to move on. So they have this dialogue, and at the end he whispers something in her ear, and we don't hear what he whispers, which is an interesting idea, I think. That was definitely a detail of the scene I liked, where Finrod was whispering the answer. She answered. Had like an interesting dialogue between seeing the light and so on, and when it's reflection on the water, then you don't know which direction, and they talk about the difference between a boat and a stone, stuff like that. And he whispers like an answer, and we don't know what this answer is to her question for a while. And I think that was kind of cool, though the other build-up was just okay, in my opinion. Then of course we have the scene, and now we know it actually is him that gets up and moves towards Tirion, and we see the 2 trees of Valinor in the background. This is the very first screenshot the show has ever aired, and that is, we discussed this a bit. This is on the west continent, Aman, before Sun and Moon were created, and these 2 gigantic trees were lighting up the world, if that makes sense. So, okay, somebody posted, HBO just released the first 2 episodes of House of the Dragon in 4K free on YouTube. Okay, that is kind of a statement, I have to admit. So let's go over there and watch that instead. No, we just continue here, but it's kind of insane what's going on, right? But let me just finish my thought. So first age, 2 trees, the old light source of this west continent, and Sun and Moon weren't there yet, so it's pretty cool to even see this. Like, this is a screenshot I might use a lot for the 2 trees in the future. And this is, as said, also trailer footage. Sadly, I removed my artwork of it because, as said, this stuff here is kind of risky, to be honest, but let's try it out. So yeah, the 2 trees of Valinor, we have seen many artworks of those. That was an early First Age thing, and at some point these 2 trees get destroyed. I won't show you the destruction, I think, simply because, how to say it? Yeah, well, maybe I show you, like, it's complicated, chat. It's always very, very complicated. I ain't watching. Now to see if we stream everything is alright. It seems everything is alright. That's good. Let me just think for a moment. Yeah. So there is a scene where we see the 2 trees then destroyed. Basically, this scene here. And to be honest, I mean, it's very dramatic. We also see, like, the dark power that destroys it as a shadow in the background, which is of course Morgoth, the master of Sauron from the First Age. And he is, I don't know, I usually show him, of course it doesn't work. Is this the right artwork, chat? I don't know. I'm really optimistic that we might be able to get this. Where's Kimberly? There she is. Okay. Yeah. So Melkor, the first Dark Lord, the first evil power that was the main antagonist of the First Age, he destroyed the 2 trees at some point and stole the Silmarillion, which are also mentioned in the show, which is pretty cool in my opinion. And then we have the darkening of Valinor, and here in this depiction it looks like this. Though here also all the trees are gone and so on. How this happened exactly, we don't know. We absolutely don't know. If it has looked like this On paper, they just destroyed the 2 trees, while the others were kind of busy. And like there was a feast going on. They were partying, celebrating. And then he came in secret, stole the Silmarillion, killed the king of the Noldor, and destroyed these 2 trees. And then left off with Shelob's mother, Ungoliant, who helped in this in all of this. We don't see Ungoliant though she is mentioned in The Lord of the Rings. But I assume it would be really difficult to depict this, I guess. I don't know why they decided against this. We probably have to find this out. Why that might be the case. There's also an interesting scene here. Like we see Child Galadriel. Let me just go to Child Galadriel really, really quick. That's an interesting... Let me just see if I can find the scene somewhat good. Well. Maybe I'm wrong. That's an interesting detail I just want to show you people. I might be wrong. Maybe not. Nah, it's too complicated to show, so I won't show it to you, but there's a scene where Child Galadriel stands up and she looks a bit taller, like maybe there's some... It's a different actress or so, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's really, really interesting to see. What is definitely noticeable, though, in this scene we have already seen, you probably see that my mouse cursor, yeah, you see it. This here should be glowing, like there should be a light. I forgot what the light is called, but yeah, really interesting. I was a little bit disappointed the prologue was so quick. Yeah, I kind of agree on that. So yeah, the Darkening of Valinor, it's like, here it looks a bit like they abandoned this place after the destruction of the trees. I don't know. It's a bit too open. If I guess it's open for interpretation what exactly happens. Like, it's not like the elves stopped living on this continent. Only some of them left the West continent and sailed over to Middle Earth. And of course the trees were destroyed. But after it also, out of the last flower and last fruit of them, sun and moon were created. So there is, like, I wouldn't say a happy end, but a change of the world that goes with that. So very, very interesting that they portray it like this. And yeah, we see, I don't know, we have this oath scene. Let me just see if I can hit it because it's really short scene. I'm not 100% sure because I'm not good with actors, but we have this scene here. Can somebody confirm if this is Finrod? Because then this would, like, I already thought this might be the Oath of Feanor, but if this is Finrod, then this can't be the Oath of Feanor because Finrod did not swear the Oath of Feanor, so it's not part of that, if that makes sense. Why would Sauron travel via meteor? We are not there yet. We have to discuss that a little bit later. But yeah, maybe this... I don't think this is Finrod, right? Would be strange or wrong picture. But I don't know if he is. I thought that was Finrod, yes. Maybe some other people who are really good with faces. I have only seen him very briefly. Yeah, it's him. He had a weird face before drawing the sword. If he hesitated. That is true. That's also an interesting detail, like stuff like this. But of course, that is completely off from the books. Like, Finrod would not swear the Oath of Fëanor. He would help him if at the beginning he guessed, yeah, I guess I helped that guy, but maybe as a result it is not this scene. It's maybe just this, okay, Fëanor holds this fiery speech and says we should leave the West Continent, go to Middle-earth and take back what's ours, and who follows me follows me. And maybe they said, yeah, we should do this, and he was a bit hesitant about it. Probably this hesitation, as you said, I can't exactly show it here on screen, might be exactly what this is supposed to be. Very interesting indeed. I have to be careful here. What am I doing? Okay. I'm very curious if we see like a person there. We have, I don't see a red-headed person. Would be a good indicator. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We see 7 people getting their sword instead of, well, I don't know. I think those are the guys who are going with Galadriel into the ice and later on the ship of Valinor. Also a possibility, I guess. But yeah, this scene is up for debate. Probably needs further analysis. Very curious though. We see 7 persons. That is like a wink with the, you know, like, I guess that's a reference for the Oath of Fëanor that we might really see here. It's really hard to tell. Then we see an interesting scene, I guess, next, and it's about, I guess, they are leaving now. Like, this is a pretty cool scene, I have to admit. We see all the boats, and they're, I guess, going for Middle-earth now. And it basically implies that, for example, Finrod and all the others go by boat. I think the Helcaraxe part is not really mentioned. Now we see, like, a map thing, so it basically tries to explain what is going on. In the background, this light might be, I don't know, the first... Is this the first sunrise? Or is this a reference for the burning of the ships of Fëanor? I'm not sure where all these boats are coming from, though. But yeah, it's an interesting scene, though hard to interpret what it might be. So for people wondering, Fëanor sailed over to Middle-earth after this two-tree incident happened, and to get ships, he slew the Teleri elves on the West Continent and stole their ships. That gets known as the first kinslaying. And yeah, that is of course not a nice thing to do, as you can imagine. However, when he was on the other side, the plan was to send the boats back because they had not enough boats for all the elves, and then they would pick them up again. But he decided, no, I don't need those guys, I just burn the ships here. And then they had to walk, and yeah, he was not that popular after that thing, as you can probably imagine. Yeah, we probably discuss the wizard in a moment. I just have to make sure that my stream doesn't get claimed, so I have to be a bit careful here. Would be awesome if that happens. Yeah, then we see, like, what I really liked, what the series does is showing these maps. So for everybody who loves maps, well, in a way that is insanely inaccurate, to be honest. Oh, sorry, I'm just yawning. I'm not sure how to end this stream. Like, we probably have to continue later or get really fast. But yeah, it will be tough today. anyways, go ahead. Okay, thank you for checking. Yeah, Beleriand, as we can see, this is a map of Middle-earth, and for all the people knowing the Silmarillion, when the elves sail to Middle-earth, there is like a west continent. This is the middle continent called Middle-earth, and there's a west coast to it. There where we now reach Lindon, these are the Blue Mountains here, these are the Misty Mountains, the White Mountains. Minas Tirith will later be here, Isengard will be here. Rivendell here, the Shire, I don't know, round about here, I guess. Yeah, these are the Barrows, the Barrow Downs. Shire will be here, and so on. And this is Mislon, the Grey Havens. However, in the First Age, before the War of Wrath, there was still, like, landmass here west of this bay area, and this was not a bay yet, as you can imagine. So, sleep, man. No, not yet. It's interesting, but of course all these details are Silmarillion details. And as said at the beginning of the stream, let me just show you the actual First Age map, which I have interestingly available. Shoutouts to my moderator Kirdan, who made it. The problem is I would love to make it a bit smaller here, which is difficult. Also, two plugins don't work for my thing anymore. But yeah, it should look like this. This is Beleriand, and where the arrow is, we'll see the mountains. These are these mountains here, the Blue Mountains, on the other screen. So this here. Do I have also a pointer here? Yeah, I have. So this here, these here are the Blue Mountains. Actually, in the First Age, they looked like this, and there was like this landmass west of it called Beleriand, if that makes sense. So, yeah. But maybe they're moving, because in the next scene, we see also something I heard about it, to be honest. Somebody, somewhere I read about it, that this might be happening. What we see here is, I don't know what we see. Let me just get the best possible frame. We see eagles and either dragons or fell beasts or something like that. Very interesting to see. Map boy. Come on. Like I'm not the only person using maps. Not sure why I deserve this name. But yeah, we see eagles and these winged steeds, or also sometimes called fell beasts. They don't have an official name. Maybe it's just dragons. And we see a volcano in the background with very funny looking fog, which is interesting. And yeah, they fight each other. And of course, this might have happened in the First Age, and we see like another, here we see smoke coming up at the right, and here at the left we also see smoke coming up. So we see two volcanoes. Maybe there's a third one, and that is then the first fortress of, or the second fortress of the first Dark Lord, Morgos, which is called Angband, not to be confused with Udun. And yeah, we have this fight here and the eagles, and stuff happens there. And then one of the eagle crashes down into the army, and poor eagle is burning and potentially dying there. And then the elves are fighting. We love maps and therefore map. That's awesome. But yeah, it's definitely First Age stuff, it seems. And there we see Galadriel's brother again. Fighting in the rain, slaying the orcs. Gets helped out by somebody shooting with an arrow. Let me just see if I find a scene here. And yeah, the show, like we have seen this particular scene here. Shouts something. I don't know what he's shouting. probably have to look into this later. Let me just see. This scene here we know from the trailer. And yeah, there is this huge battle scene. They are doing stuff. Very interesting. We have all the details. Still no clue what's going on with the Fëanorian star. But if you think that from the perspective of the show, even though that is not correct, from the perspective of the show, they swore the oath of Fëanor in a way as also an oath by her brother mentioned to kill Sauron or chase the evil guys. Maybe they're working a bit on this because the whole oath thing, oath of Fëanor and so on, is not mentioned in the book, like in The Lord of the Rings. It's only in the Silmarillion and some other sources, I guess, but not there. As a result, it might be very difficult to tell how this is supposed to work exactly. Like, it's complicated. Like I said in my first impressions video also, I think, and also made a tweet after seeing episode 1, it is so unfortunate, and Timbo took in chat said it. He was sad that basically the prologue ended so soon, and it's so sad that they don't have the rights to the Silmarillion. Just imagine they would have all the rights, and they could just visualize, I don't know, the War of Wrath, and we see Ancalagon slain by Eärendil, and I don't know what. How awesome that would be. And sadly, they can't do this. But you definitely see the show has a budget, I think, to do this. Like, this is, in a way, for me, the most fascinating thing about this. They have the budget. They had the potential to do this. They couldn't do this due to rights. And those rights have to be respected. And I don't know, but yeah, it's, in my opinion, really impressive what they already showed without having the rights to the Silmarillion, and very nice to see. You understand the references, but of course, it seems they also had to make a lot of changes. Like, it feels like not having the Silmarillion is holding them back a bit, it feels. And of course, some people might be disappointed in this, that these things are not fully correct depicted here for reasons of we don't have the time to make the prologue longer. It's not about the first age, it's about the second age mainly. This is just a short prologue to give people an idea. And that is all true, of course, but it's also, yeah, very unfortunate. It feels almost like a missed opportunity, you know what I mean? Yeah, no, Fëanor, no Silmarils. I mean, Fëanor and Silmarils are mentioned in the show, so very interesting. Why worry about the first age? You are completely right, Joe, of course. But they depict this here, and you notice they could have depicted probably more accurate and maybe more epic even. And maybe, I don't know, make the first episode like, just imagine the first episode would like a first age prologue, just covering, I don't know, some of the last battles of the first age or so. That would have been pretty awesome. Like, I would have liked to see that, to be honest, but so it feels a bit like a bit of potential that couldn't be used, but I can't blame them because they simply don't have the access to the material. But it definitely shows, yeah, we know about all of that. It's interesting. So yeah, let's maybe move on. Here we have speculated about the scene with Galadriel. I also really like this shot here with her picking up the helmet. Pretty interesting. And then she is, like, there are other people standing around also doing stuff here in this scene. Picking up the corpses, looking maybe for survivors, burying the dead or so. Very interesting. And to visualize this, we see this hill here. It's not called the Hill of the Slain, the Hausindengin, if I remember the name correctly. But it potentially references it in a way, because as said, they don't have the rights. They can just say, here, lore nerds, this is a reference to the Hill of the Slain and to, I don't know, the Nirnais Arnödiad, but we can't call it that way because we don't have the rights. It feels a bit unfortunate, to be honest, and as you probably are well aware, I really like the First Age stuff, so it is, let me just see if I have an actual image of the... I definitely have Ted Naismith depicted it. It's a very sad image in my opinion. We see, I think her name is Rian, the wife of Huor, I think. Yeah, of Huor, of course. Let me just see if I find the Hill of the Slain really quick. By Ted Naismith. Really fantastic artwork. There it is. Gives me also opportunity to seek the next image. Okay, that was a strange thing that just happened. Oh. Interesting. Didn't notice this detail. Yeah, the scene is interesting. We talk about this in a moment. However, here we see the orcs, and I think Galadriel in her narrative says that the evil could not completely destroy it, and they spread or went to other places. Hard to tell where this is exactly. Maybe Chad has an awesome idea for where this place might be, and them eating some corpse there or something. What I didn't notice is that this one orc here has glowing eyes. I assume these are orcs. I could try zooming in quite a bit. This doesn't work. I hate this when I do it like this. But yeah, see, his eyes are glowing. In the other shot, his eyes are not glowing. So probably it's just the light that is reflected like cat's eyes. So kind of an interesting detail I just noticed while seeing this here again. And I said I really have to do a rewatch of this before I can really start working on going a lot of detail. Like this. Now we are still territory. I know what I'm talking about. That will change soon. Yeah, there is a scene I think of Beleriand's drowning, which we will discuss in a moment. So let me just switch to the Hill of the Slain for a moment and seek for the next scene in the background. Oh, like here's the thing again. And maybe I take this scene here in particular. Celeborn is missing. Yeah, he's missing. I hope he appears soon. It's such an emotional image. Yeah, it really is. It's really emotional. So shoutouts to Ted Naismith for this art. However, this year we see Sauron for the first time in the show. And yeah, let me just see the film screenshot. I hope I find it fast enough. I probably will. Let me just see if I find Sauron from the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring prologue. Okay, what did I do wrong? Yeah, I'm just an idiot. That's what I did wrong. Okay, wait a moment, chat. Like having so many things here opened, you have no idea how complicated stuff can get. I rarely use this screenshot because it's kind of a strange one. But yeah, you see, in my opinion, they look pretty similar. And that is something that kind of wonders me greatly. Like, I did not expect to see Sauron similar. I mean, there is another possibility for this, though it doesn't fit, I think, what is said in the dialogue. Let me just zoom in quite a bit. Here we see him better. Maybe this is not Sauron, maybe this is Morgoth instead, but the talk is about Sauron, so that can't be the case. However, Sauron in this particular image looks really like, I don't know. Let me just search out another artwork. I forgot who made it. Let me just see if I can find it. Because art explains more than words sometimes. That is a pretty awesome thing. Let me just see, because of course it doesn't work like that. By Benef made this artwork. That's an interesting artwork of Sauron that of Melkor that is distantly reminiscent of that. It is as said by Benef. I also never used it, I think, in a video before. But yeah, it's kind of interesting. Here you also see the Silmarillion in the crown. And this is how Morgoth was described. He had a black armor, he had his mace, Grond, the hammer of the underworld, and he had a black crown where the 3 Silmarilli, when he still had all of them, were put into whatever the correct English term for it is. And then at some point he lost one of the Silmarilli, so he had only 2 of them in the crown left. And yeah, he got a spear, or maybe it's like, in the show they call him a sorcerer, which is exactly what Sauron is. Sauron is more a sorcerer. He's not a warrior with an axe or with a mace or whatever, as depicted in the Peter Jackson films. Like here. He is definitely different from that. But the crown design is so similar, and to also descriptions of Sauron that I know of don't really mention like a crown like that. Maybe I could, let me just see, yeah, that would work. There is a depiction of Sauron from Tolkien himself. I can link it to you in chat because I don't have the rights for it, so I can't show it to you on screen. But if I can find it, I assume it might be inspired from it. It's just really just a sketch. Let me just post the link in chat so people can maybe look at this. Yeah, Celebrian is definitely missing, but complicated story. Like, the date 300 is only mentioned in Nature of Middle-earth, and interestingly, the person who edited Nature of Middle-earth together and commented it, Karl Hosstetter, also consulted the show on language stuff, which definitely shows, in my opinion. And so, of course, the stuff he published is, I guess, still belongs still to the Tolkien estate. So they, I assume, don't want the show to have access to it. Else, I don't know why. Like, we'll probably have to ask the writers in the future why they decided to do it like this. However, the crown and stuff is so similar to how we see it. And they said in the past that this show here want to be different from Peter Jackson's trilogy, but so many times they are not that different from Peter Jackson, if that makes sense. What is also interesting in this scene here, you would, I guess, assume that all of these might be orcs, and it could be true, but maybe it's a cameo or something. I'm not 100% sure yet, chat. As said, we have to look deeper into this. But we see these 2 people in the crowd here, if you zoom in, and they don't look like orcs. They could be orcs, I guess, but maybe they look more human, I would assume. And maybe there are also some humans, because we know humans also fought with Morgoth against the powers of good. So, and it's even referenced in the show, so it makes sense that we would see this like that. So let me just get back to the full screen mode here so you can see this shot as a whole. Relation to Silmarillion missing from what's called. Yeah, it's difficult to tell. Maybe Sauron had a crown. Something in the sketch I just linked. Yeah, it's There's potential. Of course, Beren and Lucien would be also huge, but as said, rights-wise, it could be a problem. Now, let me just look for the next scene. I think Sauron looks a bit too similar to the Sauron we know. I would have appreciated if they went for, when it comes to evil Sauron, with like a different form. But he definitely looks powerful and scary in this scene, which I kind of like, I have to admit. Like, he comes down the stairs. We get a closer shot of him. I mean, since we are going into quite a bit of detail, I probably can't make much out of this here by my program itself here that I'm using currently. But I don't know. Maybe we can make... No, not really. I'm just currently trying to get like a better image of him, but it's not really working. There's too little information. So yeah, that doesn't really work too well. Well, I really tried, but that's all I can do here. But it looks pretty cool, kind of. Though I would imagine or think he looks different. I like though that he doesn't run around with Grond or a mace or something. Maybe it's a spear, maybe it's some kind of magical stuff or so. Very hard to say. Kind of interesting though that he looks really similar. It's him copying Morgoth style. Yeah, that is true, but they already did this in the Peter Jackson films, and I think this is simply... People know how he looked in the Peter Jackson films, so they go with this design. They didn't bother to try something completely new, which in my opinion they, of course, would have had the chance for, right? Still very interesting. Let us move on to the next scene. I will have to look out what's happening. Yeah, here we see, like, the narrator basically says, we know this scene from the trailer already, that Finrod survived. It seems he survived the battle and then went after Sauron or the evil, and the evil found him first. I think that is what is said. She also explains that his flesh was marked with this sign, and now she's looking for evil. He takes on the mission of her brother and wants to continue. Very interesting. You should hurry up. The supermarket closes in 12 hours. Thanks, Spielkalb. Much appreciated. So yeah, we have Finrod action again. Now he's dead. In the books, he like in the Silmarillion, he dies by... He goes on a quest with Beren, and he gets caught by Sauron, and then Werewolf attacks them in the... When they are captured and put into the... prison is probably the wrong word, but the dungeons of Sauron's place there, and then Sauron sends werewolves to kill him and his companions, and he fights with the werewolves. So we see also these marks on his arms, which might reference that. And he defends Beren, his companion, because he had a debt to Beren's father, and he repaid it by fighting the werewolf with his bare hands and teeth and killing it, so Beren would survive. And then Lucien later came and could free Beren, but he died in the process fighting the werewolf. That's how he dies. And it seems it's kind of implicated like this in the show, which is good, I think. Yeah, exactly. Tirza says it, that I like how the spear reminds me of his sorcerer stuff. That's probably also definitely a plus I see here. yeah, then she gets the dagger from there, and then we learn that they are going somewhere. Like they have this, also this was already in promotional material. We see them on these ships here going into the direction of the mountains. Maybe let me just see if I find a good artwork that I can use at times when I'm in need. And yeah, Galadriel is now chasing the evil like her brother did. She basically took on her his mission and continued, and they go to all kinds of places. There's a scene that was missing though. I wanted to discuss this, I think. I think I skipped a scene, right, chat? Or does it come later? It's probably before the brother died, right? Where is the underwater scene, chat? Is it later in the trailer? I forgot. Oh, I forgot a scene to cover, chat. We have to go back to the Hill of the Slain. No, not completely that. But another thing, we talked about how they reference Peter Jackson a lot. This shot here. It's not exactly a reference, like it's just a shot at the moon, but it's just one of these landscape mood shots that they put in here and there. And it's basically like in the Peter Jackson films as well. So I feel like they reference the films quite a lot, considering that they also said they want to do things a bit different from that. Which, it doesn't bother me, to be honest, but it's very noticeable that they use a lot of elements Peter Jackson already used as well. Let me just see if I find the moon. Maybe I have a screenshot even of that. I'm pretty sure I have. Or maybe I have not. No, I don't have the screenshot of that scene. Very, very unfortunate. But you probably know what I mean. Like, we recently watched the prologue, and in that we have seen we have also seen the moon there at the beginning, and like if we go a frame further, we also see how the cloud slowly covering it. It was very reminiscent of the prologue, one of the prologue scenes of Peter Jackson. Where's the red underwater scene though? Is it here or is it later again in the video? Like, I can't remember because it's just so much stuff, and I don't want to search for half an hour now. But what I really appreciated now seeing is the stuff again, that for the scenes, at least some scenes, they also take like a brief moment to let the scene breathe, if that makes sense. I really like that. The pacing could be too slow for some people, but I'm a fan of that style and approach. But yeah, in the scene though, I let me just see. 5 minutes 50. Oh boy, that will be difficult for me to figure out. Where are we in the trailer? 4 minutes 27, something like that. So interesting. So it comes up a bit later. So we just continue and talk later about this scene. We have this scene here where they climb up this icy wall here, and they said Forod Wythe, the northernmost waste. And yeah, the northern waste, of course, we know from the Second Age, or from Tolkien's map already. Let me just see. It's completely up here. So if where the arrow is I don't know, Lindon, we talked about that. Then in the Second Age, the Forod Wythe is up here. And the question is, where are they going? Like, that is interesting. In the actual episode, it's at 5 minutes 50. Okay. The problem is I don't have the actual episode material here for finding that. So my timer is definitely off from these 5:50, but we should get close in a moment, I assume. It's though very interesting. Does anybody have a good theory on where we are? Like, we know we are at the 4.ys, but the question is, what's going on there, right? Like, where are they going? What is there? We have, as a point of interest, if that makes sense, we have, of course, Mount Gundabad. Later we will have Carndum, the fortress of the Witch King of Angmar, but that should not be there this early in the Second Age. It should maybe not be in the Second Age there at all. Beyond that, we know that somewhere here in the north might be Udun. Maybe-ish. Maybe it says in the episode, I'm not sure. Or it could Angband. I mean, they can, of course, do whatever they want, but just from the book's perspective, Angband would be, I don't know. Let me just see, where would be Angband? Now I lost my arrow, sadly. Where is Mr. Arrow? There. Angband should be in the ocean, sunk into the ocean. Like, as we discussed at the beginning, Beleriand is destroyed and sunk into the ocean and gone, and Angband with it. So it should be underwater now. Oh, we passed it already? Well, then I'm screwed up, because that is a scene I want to talk about. Like on my book, we are still at 1 minute 20. It's probably a very short scene. Yeah, sadly we passed it. Yeah, it's after the battle, to be honest. Yeah, okay, found it. Thank you, Spielkalb, for helping me out here. We are already past it. This scene was before. Now we are lost chronology, but it's before she picks up the helmet and the helmet hill, as some people might call it. We see ruins of a city. So I assume what this implies, like, I remember discussing this scene here. Let me just maybe return to the map. As said, here Beleriand was the old west coast and was sunk into the ocean. We had speculated it might be Numenor. Of course, I also always said it could be Beleriand. So my tip was more on the Numenor side of things. And yeah, I think it was wrong. I don't think this is a vision. I think this definitely shows what is going on there in the First Age, and how this, how Beleriand was sunk into the ocean. Very interesting to see, but yeah, here we now see it from atop, and we see the ruins underwater, and yeah, everything gets sunk into the ocean. I assume that is what they are referencing. Okay, so excuse the little order thing here. Then, yeah, we already heard that she's chasing, and it seems like she has now a group of companions. And she's climbing up that wall and chasing into the very far north. And then we have this famous scene here we discussed so many times. I really like that scene because I think it's beautifully shot. It's a really awesome scene. She has a map there. And yeah, her companion, I think we don't know his name. He says, "Hey Galadriel, it's really cold here. It's getting dark. I don't know. We're doing too much here. Maybe we should return. It's too dangerous. Is it really worth risking our lives here in this terrible place?" And yeah, some people would agree with him, but not Galadriel, and as a result, she just decides to move on. Very stubborn she is in this. Very interesting. There's like an obsession in her that you notice, that she wants to continue, and she does not like when she hears about the evil, like a flame burns in her, that she wants to go for that. It's an interesting idea. I discussed, for people curious, I made a video about Galadriel previously, so I guess we didn't cover this particular part, the Second Age part and Warrior Galadriel yet, but it's definitely, yeah, for some people might be unexpected. For everyone expects Galadriel thinks evil has been defeated. Yeah, exactly. Like she doesn't think that might be the case. Even Gil-galad hints at it, that he also might think there is more to it, but I think he doesn't know how close the danger is, I think. It's of course elven male, and yeah, it's probably working better. But you could make an argument it's a weird idea going with this, but I don't know why. It looks kind of cool, to be honest. I'm not an expert, but you might be right. Going in full male is probably not the best idea. But yeah, it's really an interesting thing. We have discussed this in the trailer breakdowns many times, and yeah, we were not too far off. It's basically the expedition. They're going to Forod Weiss. Now we know they are far in the north. We could make the argument that, yeah, I don't know, some of the stuff isn't perfectly aligning, but I guess I can live with that. You just see the next scene, and they have a talk. It's always about like retreating. This elf is not the hugest fan of Galadriel's decisions here. Then we have these scenes where they go through the snow. We also know these from the trailers already. Somewhere here far in the north where it's very cold. And Galadriel is seeking this old post. And it's basically said that she goes to a place, if I remember correctly, where the orcs hide after the fall of Morgoth. And they can't really see where they are going. And we have seen the map, though. It must be somewhere there, the general direction. And then we also had this scene here with okay, now I'm confused. Okay, not sure if... Just noticed my OBS shortcuts don't work anymore, so I'll probably have to reset them. Should not have installed that update, but whatever. We have to make it work. Yeah, we know the scene from the trailer already. There's this one here, and then a moment later, somebody collapses, and Galadriel first says, "Yeah, let's move on," but and many people said, "Oh no, Galadriel would never say something like that." I said in the previous time, if they're close to death, it might be the right call, but Galadriel then goes to him and I don't know. In this scene, maybe that's the best screenshot I can get. In this scene here, we see her giving him or her coat, and then they can move on. So nobody is left behind, which is, I guess, pretty cool. Like, she is obsessed, but she's not obsessed enough to go full Fëanor mode, if that makes sense. Then, yeah, they discuss again about returning, or we don't know where we are going. And then, yeah, the lightning basically reveals this shot of this particular place here. The camera, I was right that these torches on the ground, these little dots in the streams previously, were indeed, these here, the torches of the people here. And then we have this place here where the orcs went and hid after the fall of Morgoth. Whatever that means. So maybe this is Udun. I'm not sure exactly where it is. I'm not sure if somebody in chat has a really good idea about this, but it's kind of fascinating. I think of their poor elf ears. Ah, okay, yeah. I can see that. Let me just see what's going on. It's a bit bad that my shortcut doesn't work. Maybe I can bring my shortcut to work. That would at least help me a little bit. Hotkeys. Wow. Did they reset all the hotkeys? No. Ha, now it works again. Okay, awesome. Sorry for this little interruption. Utumno, yeah, would be a possibility that we see Utumno here. It's hard to tell if Utumno would also be sunk into the ocean. Maybe it's just an outpost, so we are not smarter than before when it comes to where this is. Yeah, then we see this scene where they are inside. We know this from the trailer already. And yeah, there's not that much to discuss here. Like, they check stuff out, what is going on there, and we have a fight scene, which is very interesting. And the neighbors just opened the window or something, and it's really loud. And interestingly, yeah, I think basically we constructed everything somewhat right. Like, they're going, exploring. Like, it's really this particular place they are exploring. They're checking it out. There's a hand at this. We also saw this here at the trailer. It's the ice troll that attacks them in a moment. And yeah, then Galadriel sees, like, I don't know, a place she can look through or so. It's like it was closed with ice or anything, and then she punches a hole into this, and yeah, a passage is revealed, which is kind of interesting. I have to admit, I really like this little Galadriel and her companions go on an adventure section there. I really like that one, I have to admit. Sauron looks sexy to me. I'll be honest with you, I think only outpost during Morgoth's time. Yeah, I agree with you. It could definitely be just some random outpost. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Nice to see you. Good that we are only 5 or 10 minutes into the first episode, and we have another one going. That will be interesting. So I have to speed up stuff a little bit. But yeah, they get attacked by this orc. We have seen the other scene. I'm not 100% sure what this references here. We have this chamber, and they find the symbol on the altar or anvil or whatever that is supposed to be. Galadriel says that they messed around with the unseen, the orcs, which seems strange to me as a statement, but I guess with Sauron's help, stuff like this could be possible, right? Maybe the messing around with the unseen could also hint at there is this unseen symbol, and Sauron basically places it so people can find him. So that is interesting. So it basically puts down like a trail, and this trail is there to lead the other orcs to him. I think Galadriel says this also in this thing. We have already seen this. Then we have the symbol. Let me just see, where is it? This weird Sauron symbol here, the mark. We definitely know it's him. I'm 1 hour in. Behind film name is shown when you watch with subtitles. Oh, okay, that's good to know, King JC. I also have to look out for the subtitles and stuff in my next watch through, which might be happen after I have slept, because after I have slept, whatever, I can't even form correct English grammar anymore. So that will be rough. Here we see like another shot from all of this. It definitely, I don't know. I'm still not sure what this place here is. Is this a torture chamber or a smithy? Or both at once? It's really hard to tell, to be honest, but yeah, it doesn't look like a nice place, I have to admit. Let me just move on a bit further. Yeah, then yeah, we see like one of the companions explores the other passes a little bit, and he's then attacked by the ice troll. Now here we have now a new screenshot of it, a little bit different. I guess the design is still for some people very debatable, but for me it kind of works. It's just a short scene, it's not too important anyway. And yeah, this ice troll is like really strong, and is this weakened elf going through this frost iceland wasteland thing at the brink of collapsing, and they have a hard time fighting this troll. And yeah, Galadriel also comes to the other people, and yeah, the troll is really smacking this poor elf against the ground. Let me just see if I find a scene. Something like this, it looks. I don't want to switch with this guy. Like, he gets smashed on the ground pretty hard. Very unfortunate. I think he was also smashed against a wall a frame or so ago. A very interesting scene. Yeah, maybe for a laboratory for experiment. That's a good point. I think this may be where Morgoth corrupted the first Avari elves to orcs. Yeah, also a possibility. Could be definitely a reference to that, kind of. I guess you have to just consider that the others are probably weakened due to their dangerous journey already. And yeah, I don't know. The troll also caught them a bit by surprise, but no problem, because Galadriel kind of like like this guy looks at her. Yeah, just jump at my sword and I will just throw you into the air. That's the elven look for, yeah, jump on my sword, I will push you into the air move. Like, I already, if you haven't seen, I think I posted it on Instagram, if I'm not mistaken, or somewhere, where I edited like a film scene from like a Hong Kong or Chinese martial arts movie from the 80s, where people also fly a lot through the air. Duel to the Death, I think is the name. And yeah, in the moment this one guy would have gotten crushed, Galadriel comes there, cuts the orc a few times, and yeah, she just completely destroys it. Like, she would definitely like, she brutally murders him. There might be more details here. But yeah. Troll came out of Hammer Space. Yeah, they also wrote Matrix Galadriel. Yeah, that is exactly Galadriel, just said. Matrix Galadriel, yeah, true. yeah, I guess it kind of worked, but it definitely showed that Galadriel is just very powerful. I think that is what the show wants to establish, that she's not a weakling, like that she is not weaker than the other men or so. Like in according to laws and customs in Morgoth's ring, elven females are not weaker like when it comes to physical strength than men in Tolkien's world. So I think that is definitely showing. But yeah, she definitely also completed Dark Souls. That I can already tell by her movement. And yeah, then another, like, she finished the troll off. Don't want to show too much here. And yeah, I was also kind of right that this was like a built place, like it was not just some cave. Very interesting. I have to be really careful, like. And then yeah, Galadriel says, okay, we were here, we found the symbol of Sauron, and now we do the smartest thing we can do. We are almost dying here. Let us just go further north, because we have to follow that trail. And then the other people basically say, well, Galadriel, I just put down my sword, and then yeah, all the people pull down their swords and say basically, look, we followed you at the end of the world, but can we maybe go home, please? And yeah, then they basically, yeah, we have a cut, and we, I think, get to other scenes in the show, but they were not really happy with it. We see a small logo, and we see again the map, which is very interesting detail again, because now we switch to, like, this is Galadriel and her quest, defeating the evil and finding new allies and I don't know what. And then all of a sudden we come to the next story arc. I think there are, if I'm not mistaken, 4 story arcs, but I have trouble counting to 4, so it could be more or less. But I think it's 4. It's Galadriel, and the second one is a half-foot one. I think that is the one we will see now, which is in Hrovannion. Then there's of course the one with Arondir and Bronwyn in, I guess, Mordor. What is the last one? The one with Khazad-dûm, which has to do also with Eregion and so on. Very interesting. Yeah, I would also say definitely a detail I was not too keen on was Galadriel jumping through the air. That was a bit too much Legolas style here. So I can see that people might dislike that. We have to still adjust. How will other fights look? We can definitely go for that. Like, sure, there will be a lot of humans fighting, and Galadriel is just much more. Some people said that the elves were too much like humans at times, and at least I guess in their fighting ability, they want to portray them as extreme, like in a more extreme fashion. So they have to go for these kind of stunts for their super powerful characters among the elves. I think that's what they are doing here, and I can see that people don't like it, but yeah, I don't mind it too much. Like, I'm just curious what the story does. If the fighting is okay, I can live with that. I know, though, some people might be triggered by these interesting ideas. So yeah, if we follow the map here, we see Hrovannion written here, and as you can see, in case people wonder where we are on the map, this here is Mordor. This is where the Blackgate later will be, and these are the Dead Marshes. So we are somewhere in the nowhere, if that makes sense. Let me just get the other map, the Second Age map. So yeah, we are, I don't know, round about here, I would say. Hard to tell where we are exactly, but roundabout. What is interesting about this space? So it says Rovanion, which is technically correct. I could argue. Well, also, thank you for your gift. Did you just gift me? That is a strange thing, but I won't complain, of course. No, you just gifted one membership. I can't see to who, or do you to yourself? I don't know, but much appreciated. Thank you, Vericator Diode. Oh, you gifted it to Grebo. I couldn't see who you gifted it. So yeah, pretty awesome. Great Grebo. Hello, Chris. In chat. 11 p.m. where you are from, 11:10. Well, that is pretty early. For me, it's 8 in the morning and I haven't slept, so I feel kind of... I wouldn't say I'm fully destroyed yet, but it slowly goes into the direction of complete destruction, I would argue. Especially considering how much stuff we still have left. Let me just do something really smart in the background. Oh, I know what happened. Oh no. My Explorer just crashed. That is unfortunate, chat. That is really unfortunate, to be honest, but yeah, I can live with that. I make it like this, though. I have an interesting idea for a specific issue that I might solve with that. That should work. Okay. So yeah, the position of them is strange. Like, I remember I did some research on where Rovanion actually is, not how big it is. Like, if we look at this particular map here from the Second Age, you will see Rovanion on Tolkien's map is usually here. It's over the forest, but of course the area is much bigger. I can't show you how big here because I can't mark it really well on stream, but I would argue it potentially Rovanion goes down here as close as this, as the Sea of Rhun. So I would agree with the map here of the show that this is still Rovanion. And we see some mountains there in the background, and over it we see the Sea of Rhun, which is where usually people assume the Easterlings are living roundabout. Did you have breakfast at least? No. Well, I ate something shortly in between, but not really. So yeah, I have to see how it goes. Where Arondir is, Arondir. Well, let me just see. We had a huge map discussion recently. So Arondir is in Mordor. He is, I assume, I don't know if I don't understand your question correctly, but he would be here. This would be still the plateau of Gorgoros, so the Valley of Horror, which doesn't look too bad, to be honest. But he would be still somewhere here. I would have preferred, we discussed this in one of the last streams, here that they would put Tir Harad down here, close to the Sea of Nurnen, so where Nurn is and so on. Here we also have, I think it's called Liselat, the Valley of Ashes, if I remember correctly. And yeah. Okay, the second transition of another map is shown later in the arc. Yeah, we probably come to that before I fall asleep here live. Yeah, so very interesting to see. As said, I'm not 100% sure where Rune starts and where Rovanion ends. I remember, I can't show it to you right now. Well, I could. The question is, should I, right? Let me just see. It's a bit complicated to do this live. I have some templates for map, like I call them like map templates. I use sometimes for stuff. I assume my computer won't like what I'm doing right now because my current file is so big here. Well, okay, that is what happened. Let me just, okay, in case people wonder, what is he doing? I'm currently trying to find out what I came up with when it comes to Rovanion, how big it is. Okay, I think I can show this to you on screen. This is not necessarily correct. Keep this please in mind. From my research I did some time ago, like, you know, I make lore videos, and when I have map stuff, I sometimes have to research how big is this region exactly. And I came up a while ago with this solution, which might be incorrect though. Like, sometimes it's hard to tell. But yeah, Rovanion, so you can definitely see it might be not, it might be true. The question is, I think the area down here in the east, close to the Sea of Rune and to Rune in general, is it's very unclear how big it is or how not big it is. So I think they're not really good sources for that when it comes to that. Also checked a bit the Atlas of Middle-earth, and that made it a bit difficult. But not difficult, but I think it was also not that conclusive how big Rovanion is exactly. Yeah, there was a trailer where you could see the map stuff pretty well. But yeah, let me just close this to not confuse my computer much further. Okay, that kind of worked. Awesome. And I really like there is an interesting, like, the camera goes very close, and then the map is a map transition between, like, a transition between the map and the place. Like, in the first trailer we have then this scene here, and the map basically zooms in, and then suddenly we see the landscape. It's a pretty nice transition. We also have this later with the water. I assume you mean that transition that we then later see, if that makes sense. So now we leave Galadriel and go to Tir Harad, which, as said earlier, not Tir Harad, we go to the Harfoots. Tir Harad is later. And yeah, we see these two dudes here, which is kind of interesting in my opinion, just because, yeah, it is, like, we always wondered what's going on with them. It's like two hunters, but we don't learn too much about them. It seems the hobbits try to hide from them, and though they know about the Harfoots, the hobbits, and kind of one of them fears them. That was also an interesting scene to see. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Good morning to all. All I've watched these episodes, and it's a total messy timeline. Yeah, the timeline is really messy. You just drink something really quick. So yeah, let me just move on in the trailer a little bit in case people wonder. For searching the next screenshot without getting into trouble, I have to switch the scenes all the time to another scene. So we have a lot of weird scene switches. Here we have like a close-up of them. Pretty interesting, I have to admit. Very curious if these actors, or maybe are some cameos, maybe somebody who we need to know if we will see them again, if there's some more story for them. They mention interestingly that they didn't find anything to hunt, I assume, and wonder why that is. So it seems like there is something happening in this particular area here. Now is a good point for the map transition. And whatever it is, it seems to change the area, and we see multiple indicators for that already. Great Rebo hasn't seen the show yet. I have to say I didn't find it that confusing. Like the official trailer I found really confusing and strange. The show, in my opinion, definitely is better than some trailers make them to be so far, in my opinion. Though there's some stuff I still would criticize, but overall, I'm quite positive. You remember probably this other scene with the Harfoots? And we wondered what is going on there. Like we had the wildest theories what this scene here from the trailer might mean, and the meaning is basically the hobbits were hiding in this field and noticed, oh, there are these hunters or whatever, some of the big folk basically, and they observed them. They didn't. The hunters didn't notice that these Harfoots were around them, and one of them thinks they are dangerous, and then they just move on. And then, yeah, nothing really happens. Like, we have this scene with, the flute or whatever, and that is pretty... Like, she notices when they are gone that the others can basically come out of their hiding again, which is a pretty cute scene. Like, let me see if I find it. So the Harfoots are basically hiding everywhere, and that is, they just come out of their hiding when they hear the signal, basically, and everything seems to be clear. And then they talk about, it seems like they have a culture that kind of notices stuff. Not notices, notes, writes down stuff. I have notes, which is very strange, and in my opinion, hobbit hunters, I don't think they're hunting for hobbits. They're hunting for like animals, for hides. They had a lot of, like, I don't know, rabbits, deers, I don't know, something like that. And they just fear the hobbits because they think they are also evil creatures that are dangerous and can sneak up silently. We know from the prologue of The Lord of the Rings that hobbits are really good at being silent and sneaking. So that completely makes sense. In a way, at least. What is strange, though, is definitely that they have notes, like that they write stuff down. That seems to me really, really unusual. And it seems like they have some kind of prophecy going on. Like, the whole Hobbit section, I haven't fully understood it. It is one of the sections I really have to rewatch. But as I understood it, like, there were omens or stuff, and it was noted somewhat in this book, and then it seems like to continue from there, and then more and more things happen as predicted, if that makes sense. And I don't know, it's we somewhat went in previous streams into this direction already. Kind of interesting. And then we learn the Harfoots. I have to admit, though, even though it is, in my opinion, not I wouldn't say pure fan fiction. In a way, I have to admit, I really liked the Harfoot scenes so far. I'm really curious in which direction they are going. Even though it makes not that much sense in some details from the book's perspective, I would still argue it's at least kind of adorable. The dialogues were pretty funny and nice. Some references here and there for the Hobbits. And overall, the mood, the landscape, how it's shot, was just fun watching the actors play and see what's going on there in these in all these shots. And yeah, then when the hunters are gone, everything is basically I don't know, removed and put back to out of hiding mode and back to normal again. So very interesting. Female Frodo and Sam, yeah, maybe something like that. Probably not. I don't think they will go that strong, but I'm very curious what people in chat who have also seen the episodes think of the Harfoots now that they've seen them in action. Like, I could definitely see that it's a really fun section of the show, even though you have to kind of accept that it's a lot of fan fiction. Maybe at times, like, it's really strange when you tell people, maybe you have to blend out that you know the books and the details from that in a way, which is kind of unfortunate, but I said it before, like, when the story is fun and everything works out well, it's at least fun to watch. Like, if they make good fan fiction, then I assume stuff can kind of work. Yeah, in the book, Sadok is looking at you see two of those strangers with antlers, and they say those hunters. So it takes a back sign. Yeah, they say exactly. They're too early in the season for reasons, maybe because they didn't find enough food or so. I was positively surprised. I like how they are portrayed. Yeah, I pretty much feel the same. Like, there's something adorable about these people, and like, I don't know, it's kind of unusual. I'm waiting to see how they're gonna fit them into the story. Yeah, that is very interesting. I'm also very curious. I agree with you there. I'm very curious where they are going with the hobbits and all these scenes. But from my perspective, it's kind of interesting. Any idea takes on the worm and Galadriel and her swimming across the sea? That is one of the stuff I really find strange, I have to admit. The worm is potentially a reference to... Can somebody post the name of the sea monster from Adventures of Tom Bombadil into the chat? It starts with an F. I can't memorize it. Fastito colon or something like this. I always forgot the name. I assume that is the reference for it, but I'm not sure, to be honest. I haven't really looked into that, but there is a sea monster. Tolkien wrote a poem about a sea monster. I assume that is what they're referencing there. Or, I don't know, maybe Osse that sends some kind of sea monster to attack ships. I don't get it. Yeah, I like Nori and her friend. Nice community so far. I would agree on that. It's like a really strange chat to see this in a way. Like, I feel you definitely see they are definitely going for something like the Shire in the show. If that makes not the Shire directly, but the Hobbit, their culture, just in a very early form. It kind of works. There was also the detail here. Let me just see if I can find the arrow. I mentioned that in a previous. They mentioned this in an interview previously, and I think they did some pretty cool stuff here. You see the wheel here, and this wheel here has. Now, sadly, I don't have the screenshot anymore, but I will find it. This wheel here, basically, the shape of this wheel. The idea is basically design-wise. That the later, when they are settled in the Shire, that the doors, like from, for example, a back end, look pretty similar to these wheels. Like it's also, they have these round doors. Let me just see if I find one. Maybe we take a Gandalf knocking at one of them. I think it's from Lord of the Rings. I can't recognize. It could also be Hobbit. But yeah, you will see it probably better than me. And yeah, you see these round doors, and it's kind of similar to these reels. I mentioned this before, but I find this a very interesting take. And what I also positively noticed is, yeah, we come to that probably in a moment, when they find the stranger later. Poppy says to Nori something like, I don't know, did your wheels break or something like that? Like, in the meaning of, what's going on with you? Are you stupid? Like something like that. You know what I mean? Like they had an own phrase for it that was tied to their culture. I found that a very nice thought and very fitting language-wise. I'm not sure if Tolkien would have written it like this, but they at least put some thought about this. Proto-Hobbitry. Yeah, shout out to the Tolkien professor, of course. But yeah, these technically, though, like it's a complicated topic again. Are these proto-hobbits or not? Like these are proto-Shire or pre-Shire hobbits, but they are still hobbits. Like it's not like they are not hobbits. Like they are still hobbits. However, the term hobbit, most like if we are very early in the Second Age, most likely would not have existed yet. That the reason for that is that the etymology of the word has an old English root, and it seems like at some point the hobbits will meet the Norsemen and adapt their language, and then they are called Holbütler, I think is I think it translates to hole builder, when they start building holes. Not in this early stage where they are still going around in these carts, but yeah, then they become the hobbits with the term. But technically, they are not different from hobbits. They are even now hobbits, just without calling themselves that. They are just call them half-hoods. So even the term half-hoods might, if I'm not completely mistaken, the term half-hoods also has in some form an old English root already. So you could make an argument for them being exactly that. If that makes sense. Let me just double check. No, it's an archaic hobbitish. The word's supposed to represent an archaic English half-fold. Okay. Herr. Therefore, half-fold. Faithful translation. Very interesting. Should do some research on the etymology at some point, but yeah, it's just kind of interesting. Let me just see if I find the etymology here. I could find it, but it seems like it really is the root of the word Herr. Interesting. In German, Herr, the word is Ha with 2 A. So you definitely see the relationship between these words. Whatever, different topic. Small Englishman. They're like the caveman versions of modern humans. Something like that. But yeah, let me just move on, because we still have a lot of stuff to cover. So we learn a bit about Hobbit life, and here we see Sadok with his book. And yeah, interestingly, there are all kinds of notes. I can't read them. I can't tell you what's going on with that exactly. I just know we have discussed this quite a bit in previous times. It seems strange because the hobbits lose their language at some point. Let me just see if I find that. If the hobbits lose their language at some point, it's strange that they don't have records, because if they had records, they could have had records about their language, and then it would not be lost, if that makes sense. Is it good? I would say, yeah, it seems pretty. I'm pretty positive about it. Like, I was much more worried. Like, here we see a little zoom in into the book, and we see the archer appearing, and it really seems like this is not a direct language, but it depicts certain events in a way. So here we have the hunters with the atlas and the wolf. And the wolf scene is like basically what happens next, and it's already noted in this book. And the question is, where on earth do they have the book that tells them the future? That is really, really strange to me. And as said, it seems very untypical even for the early hobbits, but yeah, in this screenshot, I just found a better one. You even see two wolves. So multiple of them. Maybe it's two distinct wolf attacks that appear shortly. Hard to tell. But yeah, he then talks to Malva, I think, or Melva, whatever is her name. And they talk about these omens. And then they just slightly move on a bit later. And we have some other characters that are introduced. And yeah, here we see Nori Brandyfoot for the first time. She's very curious and yeah, just tries to do stuff. And there's a mention of an old farm or something where they go to eat. What is the fruit called in English, chat? Let me just see. Some berries. I can't remember the word for it. Blackberry, of course. Okay, it makes complete sense. They eat some blackberries there, which I may be fine. We have seen this in the character poster stuff. And they have a really good time with these blackberries that are pretty big. Let me just see if I find a good shot of the blackberries. Something like that. Oh. Why am I so stupid? You don't see it yet. I'm still not able to just get the scene done. Something like that. Blackberry mushrooms. Exactly. There are probably some more details I just skipped over. Like in the dialogue, I noticed a lot of stuff, and yeah. But we have to go deeper. I have to go deeper into this when I've seen it a second or even third time in the upcoming days. Very curious what else I might have overlooked. Very curious what other people write online. If you see something in chat, an interesting detail or dialogue thing that they said, please let me know. But yeah, so they went to this place, and it seems it's an old farm. The first thing I thought about when I heard about an old farm was there's also mentioned in The Lord of the Rings, or was it in The Hobbit? I think it's in the Hobbit film, but I'm not sure where it was actually mentioned. Like on the way to Weathertop or after Weather or beyond Weathertop, there is like also an abandoned farm or something, an abandoned house. And yeah, there's also some rumor, or I don't know. It has like, I don't know, it's an interesting place. Must be in the Hobbit, right? This place here, I'm not sure if it's only in the extended edition of the Hobbit or in the first Hobbit film or not. Could be. And they have like, they just stay there for a moment and wonder about why it's abandoned, what happened, and so on. Very interesting scene, to be honest. And yeah, this forsaken place on the way to Rivendell is I don't know. That was the first thing I had to think of when here in the in the show they basically had to also went to an abandoned farm place. Mulberries, if it's easy to from leaves. Maulbeeren auf Deutsch. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, and then they also notice like on the ground that there is a big footprint of one of these, and they call them wolves. We said before they don't really look like wolves. I don't know, but yeah, really really interesting. Because it was prophetized in the book, it seems. So I'm not sure where they're going with this exactly. But then Nori, interestingly, she's kind of clever in a way. Because she definitely notices that there is something watching at them. Problem is I have a bit of trouble finding this. Probably need my arrow now. Like, there's a being up there, and she notices it or hears it, and then she says, okay, we are out here. And she tries also to not make her or the sister of Poppy or her sister panic that she's also with them. And she also tells Poppy that, okay, we have to go, and then they just get out of there. And that's like also the discussion that these events perfectly align. It's kind of interesting. I'm very curious where they are going with that. Then the next scene we have also seen in promotional material so far. We see Elrond. Like, we now skip to the Gil-galad or to the, like, I guess we also have a short scene seeing the wolf from a close distance. Yeah, she calls it a dog. Exactly. That's how it went. I definitely noticed. Yeah, she definitely finds a way to tell Poppy, okay, it's dangerous. We should go without alarming the sister. So it's interesting what she does. I find it very clever. Like, really like this little scene there. Yeah, and then we have like a cut to Elrond. We see here also his, I don't know, what is it called in English? Like this thing for his cape. Pretty interesting. And maybe it has to do with his banner or so. Yeah, exactly. As it's typical for hobbits, they're both named after flowers. Like, a lot of people in Bree and surroundings in the Lord of Rings are also named after some kind of flowers, like butterbur, ferny, and so on. And here we have also, to some degree, this with Poppy. Eleanor is like an elvish name. It's not really fitting. Yeah, Rosie, for example. There are a lot of, also among the hobbits we find definitely some flower names. But Elinor is a weird name for hobbit because a brooch. I think there's also a different name for it for the, like, what's the German word for it? Schließe or something like that? Yeah, it's really. I definitely understand Lynn there, because it's Eleanor is an elvish name, and why should a half-foot have an elvish name? That makes no sense at all. Though from the dialogue, it is a bit established that they know about the elves. Like, I don't know, Poppy says something when she sees a stranger that he's not as like the ears are wrong, so she knows about elven ears, and that he's not as handsome as an elf. Feibel, I think, yeah, that could be the word for it. Thank you. And yeah, really, really interesting detail that they put into this. So it seems like a lot of thought went into this whole half-foot thing, though it might feel a bit like fan fiction, if that makes sense. But I kind of like it, I have to admit. I did not expect I would like it that much and find it that interesting, though still the stranger worries me greatly. Like, we come to that later, maybe. Yeah, let me just move on. So we now skip from that to Lindon to just establish all the plot lines. And in Lindon, we see Elrond, and he's informed, like he's writing something down, maybe historical records, a poem, I don't know. But it makes sense. Elrond is a character that writes down, that is known for recording stuff later. Kind of. At least Rivendell is known for recording stuff. So I guess even Elrond himself has an interest in this. He later says something about, there are several things are kind of strange, I have to admit. Like, we see these yellow trees, and even though they're not called Malorn trees, but it seems like that is what they're going for. Though we know in Lindon the Malorn tree would not grow, which is kind of strange. Let me just think for a moment. Yeah, it is. I noticed in this scene, I don't know what it has to, what it means. It's probably just some background thing, but there's again a tower here or something. I don't know. I assume it's a tower there in the background. I assume from the cities that are nearby, or from the buildings in the background. Not 100% sure. According to the unfinished tales, though, we know that Malorn trees would not grow in Lindon, and then Gil-galad gifted them to Galadriel, and when she later went to Lothlorien, there she could grow them, and they would also, she could grow them there successful. He also seems to gift, we come later to this, one of these trees to his friend Durin, and it grows in Moria, which seems even more strange when like elves have trouble growing them and should not grow there. But he makes a very beautiful, it drops a very beautiful line, in my opinion, that you could say is a bit over, and Tolkien maybe would have phrased it differently, but I kind of like it. We come to that, I hope, in a moment. Just so many things left to discuss. I just did a terrible mistake. What should not happen? I just tried to skip to the next scene. That should not happen. So I have to go, let me go to the map really quick. But we have seen some of these scenes already in trailers, so it's not that big of a deal, I think. There was like one, 40 seconds snippet on Twitter where these scenes were in. And yeah, he's informed in the scene that we have just seen that he's not invited to some council because he's not a lord, which is interesting. I guess with not a lord, it means he is what did I want to say? He is like he has no realm to reign. He's just the herald, and he's also addressed as herald by by these persons calling him and informing him about this decision. And yeah, of course, we know Elrond is the herald, which is like in medieval terms a diplomat of the king or of a noble, if that makes sense. And he goes there. Rope pin, okay. I thought it might exist also in English. Like I know there's an English term for it as well, but I forgot what it is. It's not that important though. Just have to be careful with what I show here. And then yeah, he's also informed that somebody's there to visit him. And yeah, we have seen this scene here. It is of course Galadriel visits him in Lindon. We have seen this scene here on a screenshot already. And they also, talk a little bit to each other in Elvish for a moment and greet each other. We see some people in the background, some person here playing like a flute. And we also see like, I don't know, some, I assume, art in the background. Kind of interesting. Yeah, that could be a Latin English thing. But I assume this thing here in the background. Let me just switch back to if I can find the exact frame where we see it a bit better. Yeah, this scene, there's like an artwork, I would call it, in the background. Very curious who painted it. Maybe, I don't know. Doesn't really look like Alan Lee or John Howe style, but maybe they made it. I'm not sure. And what is interesting... what I assume it portrays that a ship of the elves is going into the west continent, and we have seen a similar scene with the light going on there, and then we also see, like, if you look closely at it, you see like mountains here left and right, also in the background, which is strange, I guess, but maybe that's clouds. And that could be Kalakiria, which is in the middle of Aman, and like the two trees were standing on the other sides. Here would be Tirion there, and so on. I assume though this basically is an artwork of how it looks if you sail to the west, because Mislond is the haven where elves would sail to the west later. And I thought about maybe this is the sun, maybe this is the Silmarillion or something, and Elrond's father's ship. I'm not sure what they're referencing there exactly. I would assume they don't have too many information just from having access when it comes to rights to the Lord of the Rings. It might be very limited what they know about the West continent, so kind of interesting. And returning to Galadriel and to Galadriel and Elrond, they have a discussion, and Galadriel basically asks him for an audience with the High King and so on, and there's some kind of ceremony going on, and they also discuss briefly the incident happened that happened there in the cold place, and they also I really like the dialogue here, I have to say. I still did you like the episode? Yeah, Andre, I would say I liked the episodes, I have to admit. There's some stuff I was not a fan of, but it was minor. Most of the stuff I really liked, and you definitely see they put in a lot of work in a lot of details, which I can at least appreciate. So I can see that some people might not like it at all, but it definitely worked out for me completely, I have to admit. I'm very positively surprised by what I saw. It's an interesting point that they did this, but yeah, often, I don't know, sometimes they really tried design-wise to give the elves like this. We live in the nature, our buildings and stuff we build is part of it in a way, so their canvas is also hanging outside, maybe protected by the trees from water or so. It's kind of cool though. It's a beautiful setting, I agree. It's used a bit to getting used to these laurels and so on, but I've seen now so many trailers and analyzed them for hours that I didn't even really notice the details anymore. This Galadriel having laurels might be also a reference to some of her descriptions, and her name also means like maiden crowned. What is it? Maiden crowned with garland of radiant light or something like that. See my Who is Galadriel video if you want the exact translation, or one of the translations that Tolkien gave us. But yeah, it's I think there's some mentions of that in the books as well, so I would see this as a reference. Not only the translation of her name, but also that she might have had something like this. Probably not laurels, but distantly similar. I kind of like that. I was a bit worried that like the costume design is off, but for the most part I felt like it worked. In the show, seeing it worked. It's a bit different, of course, and I think that's a good thing though, because though they reference a lot of times Peter Jackson and use a lot of Peter Jackson designs, which makes sense because the concept art, two of the concept artists of Peter Jackson are again working on this show as well. So you could make the argument it's kind of logic that some stuff looks very similar design-wise, but yeah, you get the point. Let me just move on. Well, we are back to Galadriel, so I can show you my favorite Galadriel picture again with her granddaughter Arwen. In the meantime, I'm just looking for the next scene. Yeah, this year I hadn't, probably, I'm not sure if somebody had the time and is good enough to read this on the fly, but probably I would at least need to put in some work into what is going on here. Maybe in a future more detailed analysis we might look into this. However, we see the symbol of Sauron here, and very interesting. So here it is again. Sadly, I can't tell you what is on it. I'm too tired, and as said, I'm not too fluent in reading Tengwar. As a result, I probably need some time to read this here. Maybe Kirdan's already on it, trying to read it. He's really good at that. But yeah, kind of interesting little detail. Like the language stuff seems to be often really on point. Like also the pronunciation is really good. Often, definitely noticed that that kind of work. Like I'm already sold when people have put some work into the language details. I will skip, like, it's a longer dialogue scene with Elrond, and the problem is I don't remember what they are talking. I think it's mostly about the audience and about the ceremony where she has, like, the offer to sail to the west, and she might decline it. And Elrond, I think, tells her that nobody has declined this offer yet, and if you decline it, you might not be allowed to ever sail to the west again, and so on. So that is very interesting. I assume they maybe establish with this the idea of Galadriel is now not allowed to sail to the west and is banned. There are multiple versions on this. In some versions Galadriel has a ban, in some she has none. Lord of the Rings, and also there's like a poem or a song book that Tolkien brought out with somebody, with another person, forgot the name right now, called The Road Goes Ever On, and in it the ban is also explicitly mentioned, and it's from 1967, so you could argue that is probably the last thought of Tolkien that he had on this matter. So according to this, Galadriel was banned from returning to the West, and only with her not taking the One Ring in the in Fellowship of the Ring, she in the Lothlorien chapter, she, as she says herself, passed the test. She will diminish and go west. But yeah, it's really awesome. I loved how they pronounce things like you. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, when only the Peter Jackson films existed, some actors there also did a pretty good job, and they also had a person helping them out there. But sometimes the pronunciation there was a bit inconsistent. I noticed it a few times here and there in the show already too, but for the most part, it's pretty spot on, I have to admit. I really like it. It probably was not that easy for some of the actors and so on. So that's definitely a detail I like. Oh, the next scene we skip back to the Harfoots. I'm not sure what your opinion on this particular matter is, but is it too much skipping around? There's like a dialogue with Nori and her mother. I think it's her mother. And yeah, very interesting. Sadly, I forgot what they are talking exactly about. This is definitely a scene I need to rewatch again. And in this short amount of preparation time I had, it was really, really short. They really got the rolled R's down and made it look natural. Yeah, I agree. For the most part, they did a pretty good job there. Really impressive. So yeah, this is probably a topic for later analysis then, because I simply don't know what they were talking. She basically says that they are safe, I think she said, and that they are Harfoots, and what the values of the Harfoots are, because Nori always does what she wants, and she brought the sister, I think her sister, whatever it was, in danger, and yeah, kind of interesting. Now I would need a Harfoot image, but maybe we take the map to help me out there a little bit. As I said, I need to find the next scene there. I think she talks to Sadok in a moment again. No, now we switch back, which is a bit strange that they have this scene and then switch back. However, there's an interesting scene here. I remember that detail and I found it kind of net. Yeah, Nori says she wants to see what's outside. And what is interesting, like, she goes away and then returns to the table and places one of these blackberries or whatever they are now called in English on the table to give it to her mother, and she smiles. Like, I found that's a really cool scene. Like, it's yeah. Also, there were like the joke quantity was very, very low. Like, you definitely feel that the this section here. Let me just see if I find it with the berry. This one here. You definitely feel it's the whole Harfoot thing is more lighthearted, but so far the comedy elements are like there are a few, but not that many. I found this very fitting. Like, I was very worried that they go full, and I don't want to hate on Marvel films or anything, but these films often have also established these one-liner jokes that come all the time. You know what I mean? And they work often perfectly for this format, though. For a Tolkien adaptation, I would love to find the right balance here. It doesn't. Of course, there can be some joke here and there, and some fun and some comedy. Peter Jackson's films did it as well, and I guess they did it also because it was kind of popular in the filmmaking matter, if you want to say so, of the early 2000s. and it works. Yeah, it's not over the top exactly. That is a thing I was really worried that they try to make this a complete comedy with the Harfoots, and at times it is adorable and funny and lighthearted, but it's not completely over the top, and they really find a good frequency for the jokes and a good timing, and they don't overdo it. I'm not sure if I think Spielkalb also just agreed with me, which is always good to see. But yeah, that's definitely, like, I was worried about this particular section, and now I'm surprised that I kind of liked it. Like, it's definitely, in my opinion, competently done. That's what I could say. The goblin berries. Yeah. Also, like the size difference here. The size difference for the Hobbits, in my opinion, also worked pretty well, I have to admit. Definitely a nice touch with leaving the berry for her mom. It kind of smooths over her mom was mad at her, and now hobbits can't resist good food. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a very nice touch there. There are a lot of details, and I'm very impressed with it so far. I have to say, like, this could have been a lot worse. Like, really, my darkest nightmares could have been here, and they so far did kind of work out quite well. Yeah, comedic elements without becoming slapstick. I mean, I don't mind a bit of slapstick here and there, but yeah, exactly. They find the right balance. Maybe there's some more voices in chat that would really like to hear some more opinions here, because goblin berries and dragon roots. In the meantime, I drink. I just muted myself. In the meantime, let me just drink something. I know that chat delay is very, very big on YouTube, so I really have to wait quite a moment. But yeah, I'm really curious what other people who thought, who have seen the series, thought about this. Boy, talking will get tough and soonish. Like, we have 9 o'clock here. Insanity, I would call it. Yeah, the humor is much more subtle, as I am, which I like, as the Gimli comic relief stuff bugged me after a while. Yeah, it's definitely not on that level. Did you play the Gothic games? Yes, I played the Gothic games a long time ago, but yeah, they also have some pretty good jokes in them, in my opinion. Especially since they were made in Germany and written in German. The German the original version is the German one, and that makes the dialogue pretty good at times, or really funny. The depiction of Durin was ridiculous. That is very interesting, because I like Durin quite a lot, I have to say. But when we come to Durin, we might discuss this. Haven't watched it yet. Sorry, no problem. But yeah, so maybe we move on with the stuff. We probably have maybe a bit of a few sections with the Harfoots left. Now I know what you mean. The goblin berries and the dragon roots from Gothic. Okay. I was just simply not in my mind in the Gothic universe for a moment. Like I said, it's also a long time ago, like, I don't know, more than 10 years ago. Yeah, Durin the Third might be really cool. The problem with Durin the Third is I really had trouble understanding him. I have to rewatch the scenes with him. Yeah, here we see the ceremony, and Gil-galad gives like a speech. We have seen this scene and discussed this scene a million times now in trailer analysis. Connor Smith says, I was very pleasantly surprised, some small errors, but ultimately the entire show has felt very much like Tolkien to me. The feeling is exactly what I wanted. Yeah, that's a good question. Did it feel Tolkien enough? I would say yes, but I can see how people might not agree with that. At times, definitely. At other times, maybe not, if that makes sense. Like, sometimes I saw stuff in the series and thought, okay, that it contradicts the books quite a lot, but still, I would still agree. The overall feeling, like, they did a pretty good job with a lot of these details. I'll go now and watch it. We'll come back. Have a nice day. Yeah, wish you much fun, Lynn. Thank you for staying with us and being active in chat. Much appreciated. Hope you have a good time and enjoy the episodes. Big Bad Dragon asks, also is Ungoliant be in this show? They just said that Morgos darkened the trees. It's a very, very short scene where we see how the trees are destroyed. It's not that long. Only, I don't know, 30 seconds, the whole section, maybe, at most. And we only see the shadow of Morgos in the background. Maybe I can mark here this scene. No, I can't do this. Can I do this? It's always complicated to do this. Maybe I find this exact scene here. I know that people got in trouble for showing this scene, so I want to be a bit careful. Just show you the still here. These are now the trees again. And you only see, like, if you look at it, you see here the shadow of Morgos in the background. And he's not really just a being standing next to the tree. He's like this very insanely powerful entity that just is like darkness in the background that destroys the trees. How it is done exactly, we don't see. And it's not described in the book, so I assume they really can't show it. So unfortunately, Ungoliant is sadly not there. Though Ungoliant is mentioned once or twice in The Lord of the Rings as Shelob's mother, interestingly. Now I have to find our scene here again where we just left off. Let me just see. I have to remove this. Yeah. Let me just see, chat. Transition. Yeah, that should work. Now the problem is the Ungoliant topic is also more a first age topic. She, of course, could exist also during the second age, but she's not really mentioned. And the whole prologue section is, I don't know how long, 15 minutes or so at most, with like a lot of child Galadriel, not a lot, but with some build up for Galadriel most of the time. And it's not like, you definitely notice, like I said this earlier, it's kind of a pity that they don't have the rights for the Silmarillion, else they could have narrated all of this much more precise and even longer. And as a lover of the Silmarillion, I would definitely enjoy this greatly if they simply could have shown us more stuff of that, but they can't. There you really felt like, okay, they are restricted by not having the rights. Morgos, like when the Valar came to Arda to shape it, including Melkor, as Morgos was called at the time, they also took like a physical form. But on paper, you're of course right, they are spirit beings, they don't have to have a physical form, and it might be more fluid for those, but definitely later, or in his bigger periods, he had a physical form. Yeah, that is true. If you go back into the timeline, the entities and characters become more. I wouldn't call it fantastical, maybe more mythological would be a better wording, but I know what you mean. Definitely also fantastical in the way how they are portrayed, and keeping Morgoth, as you write it, exactly diffuse, and I'm not sure if it's how it's pronounced, but you know what I mean. Makes complete sense. I agree with that. Also, I don't think the grey dude is Mithrandir. They chose the shot when he has Entish arms, maybe an Ent before they were Etriash. It's an interesting idea. I'm not sure if they would really go this route to create a new origin story for the Ents for the show. Would be interesting to see, I have to admit. But of course, the problem is a bit that we, from the books, know that how the Ents were basically created, and that they I can't remember like a quote or reference where they were portrayed as men once. Very strange. The stranger deserves his name. He's a really strange entity and hard to put down who he might be. Yeah, the stranger is also the most worrisome dude for me as well. There are some details I would like to look into, but I'm currently not able. Oh, that's good. My moderator is here. Nice. Kirdan is there. We are saved. Have you seen the episodes already, Kirdan? Because I don't want to spoil you, so very curious about that. And yeah, in addition, if you have seen the episodes, what did you already manage to translate? Or just read? Yeah, yeah, watch them right as they came out. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, the topic, that is also a thing from watching the episodes. The topic of skin color is not addressed at all. So I assume they really, like, I hear this argument a lot that this like area, they wouldn't look like this and so on. You have to keep in mind, it's of course also a fantasy show with Galadriel jumping off a sword and flying through the air for a moment, or her swimming really long in the ocean and so on. So it's not fully realistic in that regard. And on the other side, like we know that from an interview that Tarmiriel, for example, is still the first cousin of Pharazôn, and in a way they don't really look like it, and this topic is not really mentioned here. Oh, you have been able to translate the Númenórean text. That's pretty decent. What I'm more curious, we later come to this when we discuss episode 2, I think. Could you translate what is written on this, what the stranger wrote? I hadn't the mental capability to look in it. I don't know if Ent origins are known, only I remember them saying they'd been Middle Earth as long as the Maiar. It is known from the Silmarillion. Basically, Aule once made the dwarves, and the dwarves were then adapted by Eru, by God, as his children. They were not planned. Could you send a screenshot on Discord? That's currently problematic. Currently very problematic. I would love to send you a screenshot, but I can't. I could try to find this scene really quick, but yeah, might be a problem. But exactly, so the dwarves were created, and then Yavanna complained that now that the dwarves are there with their sharp axes, that the forests and plants have nobody to protect them, and they are basically there's no opposition for the dwarves and also for men, and some of the elves also chop down trees. So Yavanna asked basically for help for the forests, and this is how then Eru sent basically spirits from afar, I think, as it's written, and into, I guess, some trees or so, and then they became the Ents and the Huorns and so on. Very interesting. So there is definitely an origin story for them, though. But of course they don't have access to that. Let me just think about a moment. Let me just switch. Okay, chat. Because I'm curious, and Kierdan is the only person that can help me here, I think. The problem is I have to find it. What was the scene we just discussed, chat? Oh, we were in Lindon. So maybe I should also show you Lindon on the map. So at least it has something to do. So they're around about there. Let me see. I have this scene somewhere here. So 23 minutes. Currently searching. As I said, it's not as easy doing this here on the fly. Where is it? Okay, it's still far too big. It's too small. Like it's just a few frames. It's really difficult to hit the frames here. I think I found it. Haha. How do you see me? What? I think in general you should be sponsored by Red Bull. The problem is I don't drink Red Bull, so it also sounds very unhealthy on a long time. But whatever. It's not the topic here. Just from a moderator, we have this particular scene here. And let me just see. Oh, it goes in the other direction. This here. Can you read this? Like the first symbol looked like Kirs or something. But the other symbols... Why would he write Kirs? He speaks Quenya though, which is really strange. But yeah, I think it's... Don't ask me, round about 25, 23 something, 25 minutes, 23, 24 minutes into the episode. But I would return, this is episode 2 already, just wanted to show this to Kierdan, who might be able to figure something out, but I think we have tough luck there. It could also be constellations as well, you might be right. But I don't know exactly. What is... Yeah, we just stopped here at this scene, right, in Lindon. So here we see Gil-galad having his speech in episode 1, and then Galadriel and her companions get honored for their achievements, though there were also some troubles, but let's not talk about them. Gil-galad and Elrond said to each other, and yeah, there's a ceremony, and he sends them really into the west. There was always this rumor that this would happen, that they would be sent to the west continent. By the way, Helen, did you see the episode already? I haven't seen it. I have breakfast now and then watch it and live, and Full Life Chris will probably still be on. It is very likely that when you have watched it, I will still be on, or I'm online and sleeping here, and my head is just lying on the keyboard. I hope that won't happen, though, but I can't exclude, because I have not slept yet. So that is unfortunate for my own, power. And we're just... I guess we're making good progress in the first episode, but there's still... quite a bit to go, to be honest, and that worries me greatly. But yeah, that's basically what happens there. When it comes to, did Galadriel sail to the west, we already mentioned that earlier, so not much to say. I would say no, she didn't. It seems a bit, from the book perspective, unrealistic to me that she would sail to the west. But I assume they use this as a setup to explain that she is banned from sailing in the west later. I dropped later then. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, overall I'm relatively positive on that. I'm very curious to hear Men of the West's opinion on that, though, which I of course completely respect. It's always interesting to have different perspectives. I can definitely see why some people might not like some of it, but for me it worked really well. I was very positively surprised about the Harfoot stuff, I have to admit. I think the first episode had not a single joke in it. Maybe one or so, I can't even remember. The second episode had like 3 or so, if that makes sense. That was pretty nice. Like, some of my worries so far did not become true, though also some directions are probably a bit unfortunate. I guess still the stranger is the biggest worry, though. We talked about this. So I wish you a lot of fun, Helen, with the episode. Very curious what your mind will be, because now that you have seen or heard so many positive voices, maybe your expectations are very high. I went also into this expecting like something decent, and it was a bit above decent, I would say. It was pretty decent, like pretty good, in my opinion. Not a 10 out of 10, like therefore I think probably it's a bit much to ask from a series in that way, but for me personally it had to be closer to the books, a little bit less fan fiction, and also like some details, at least in the first 2 episodes, would be more on the level of it needs more elegance sometimes in the storytelling, in my opinion. But yeah, we will see. I can definitely see like a solid 7 or 8 for these 2 episodes. Can definitely see the rating here. So yeah, this was like the ceremony. I think we talked about this. Interesting detail. There is one of these, like, I'm curious if we will learn more about these serving, I think usually they are women, in the background that do all kinds of stuff. Like, I don't fully get this. I report back also that as a lifelong fan, especially books, will say we're watching together. Okay, that's pretty cool. Much fun, both of you. At least it's not trash as The Hobbit. The Hobbit gets a lot of hate. I can understand that. it has problems. Though some of the Hobbit stuff I also like, to be honest, so keep what I say with a grain of salt. There's an interesting, like, we have these females with these veils on. She is, for example, holding the laurels, so she basically helps, I don't know what you call it, that this ceremony can be done properly. So that kind of works. We see them so often. There's a scene I also always wonder about. Like, there was one scene in particular I found very strange. We come to that probably in a moment. And when I say moment, I mean, okay, what did I now do wrong? Okay, that. Oh, that is right. I did it wrong here. Slowly getting there. Production. Oh boy, my brain. Let me just see what else happens here in this scene. Yeah, she gets the laurels then, and then she sailed to the west. She has to sail to the west and so on. She's not a fan of that, and I also like I really also like the how the actors play this in a way. Like, it's really subtle. A lot with you definitely notice she's not happy with this, and then there's also like a cut to Elrond, I think. I know there's some tension in this scene going on. I think it's beautifully shot. Like, the cinematography is also like a real star in my opinion in this series. I give Hobbit a pass since it was a children's story. Yeah, I guess that is true. I'm excited for the Minoran stuff. Interesting. Yeah, there are servants, messengers, I don't know. The handmaidens, the helpers, if that makes sense. I guess I get that, but there's one scene I find in this context strange. I'm very, very curious if we hear more about their story. If there's maybe also a character in this perspective that we learn more about, would be interesting. This scene, like, also beautifully shot, the light and everything, like. As said, though, this is then, like, while some of the scenes we have seen Sauron already, and he looked pretty much like from the Peter Jackson films, this now is like a scene we would have not seen in the Peter Jackson films like this, in my opinion. So they are definitely, just from the style, like, this is very different now. And I guess it comes a bit down if you like the show, if you like these differences then. Though they really try to weave in a lot of references and similarities to Peter Jackson. We had, let me just switch the scene again. What just happened here? The map is wrong. We are here. Let me just try to see. There's one shot, like, we have a close-up of Galadriel. We talked about this in another breakdown video, the Italian shot, and of course it's not the same, it's different, but I think it at least wants to be distantly reminiscent of the I assume it's from from Fellowship of the Ring. Let me just see if I find it really quick. The shot of also, like, this Italian shot of Galadriel, we only see the eyes. There's, of course, this weird these weird reflections in her eyes, but there are multiple shots of it. It's not the exact same expression, just the idea to just put in one of these Italian shots there. Could be also from one of the others, I'm not sure. But yeah, this one here, like, you definitely see similarities. Of course, the other one is a bit more zoomed in. I get this, but I think you see the point. Like, it feels like there are definitely here and there references to this. And on the other side, you have then, let me just, I should have done this different, right? Yeah. Switch this back. Then you have like other shots, like this design and so on, you would not see like in Peter Jackson. Like this looks very, very different from that, I feel. The armor design, how the clothes look, the clothes look, how the trees look, and so on. The light, very, very different tone to it. We also see now here some different groups of elves. But we have discussed this scene quite a lot. Some elven soldiers. We have Elrond. I'm not sure if this is his fellowship. We don't learn anything about it, I think. And here these also have different dresses. We have these veiled women here that probably servants, and those people here that are get the laurels here. Very interesting. Yeah, this big tree is what Elrond got the sapling from that grows in Moria. Exactly. That is an episode. It's also in episode 1, right? I'm very surprised that we saw so many of this stuff already from Moria, which was pretty awesome. Okay, just let me switch here my scenes back. Let us slowly move on. One thing I just want for completeness sake, now also we have like much higher resolution here. I managed to get my stuff here in 4K, though I only stream at 1080p, so you don't have much from it, but at least on my side it's pretty crisp. And yeah, we can of course, if they didn't change the writing, here it says basically Aran Ainur, I think, the Elder King. Let me just look it up again because I'm just too tired to remember. But that is, yeah, it's another name for it's a name for Manwë. Yeah, Aran Ainur. There's still an I in the name. It's a title, or it means Elder King, the title of Manwë. And he is the highest of the Valar, the highest authority, and the leader of them. And yeah, as a result, he is the Elder King, the king of all. There's only one entity above him that is basically God, so that is pretty high in the in the chain, if you want to phrase it like that. And on his sleeves we can also read Elbereth. We discussed this a lot of time just for people curious what there might be written on. Yeah, it's a number 2. Okay, number 2. So we are very far away from it. And I really like how the actor plays this. So here Elrond looks at Galadriel, and in the next shot Galadriel looks at Elrond. I'm not sure if I hit it now. Like, you see this, how they look at each other. It's, I don't know, they are actors, they learned this, that's their job, but I felt like Elrond and also the actress of Galadriel did a pretty good job most of the time, or not most of the time, all the time. I felt I'm not a complete expert on acting and so on, but at least from my perspective, they sold everything pretty well what they did there on screen. So I'm very positively surprised by that. Not sure if anybody in chat would say no, I didn't like the performance or so. For me, hard to imagine, I have to admit, but as said, I'm not an expert when it comes to acting stuff. He's like the Pope. Just waiting for chat for a moment. Maybe I should just continue talking, but I can also use the time sometimes to drink something, which is needed. I have to say, when we are done with episode 1, I may take a short break. I hope people are not angry with me there. But yeah, I'm really curious what some other people might think about this. I find it really fascinating, though, I have to admit. Now I also screwed up my chat. That's not good. But yeah, that should work. We're live. I dropped a few frames, but that should be okay. Okay, chat. So nobody has any complaints, I would argue. If so, feel free to post them. We might then return to this scene. Let me just look for the next thing. Shall we commence with number 2 in the evening? Maybe-ish. I have to see how I feel after the after completing the first episode. Not gonna lie, like. Oh, now we see something strange. We see fireworks. The fireworks scene. I think her character came. Let me just move back to Galadriel then for a moment. I know what. I just load in the artwork of her. If I still have it available. Yeah, I know what you mean. She probably comes more like a brawler than a strong elven lady of the Valar. I definitely know what you mean. Like, she really is in your face. Like, she is really physical. She wants to punch that other child. And so on. I definitely know what you mean there. Yeah, I would also prefer fireworks to be kept a wizard's thing. I also had the exact same thought. I think that is part of her character development. Like, she has to start at some point, and she is more this physical character that wants to fight and slay the enemy, and she develops more and more into the Lady of Light we know from The Lord of the Rings. So I think that is what they are going for. You can of course argue that this is unrealistic in a way, or that you don't like her state of character that she is in currently, but I would definitely argue that this is part, I guess, of the script. It's like what the actress is supposed to do, if that makes sense. Like, that is what the writers gave her to do. Still, I would say she portrayed this character still quite well, even though I probably wouldn't agree with how the writers wrote this character, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't say it's the actress' fault that Galadriel sometimes comes really off like as a brawler. She has these scenes where she punches the kid, where she fights the troll, and so on. Was probably not her idea. Yeah, that's also true, that she's like a character that learns from others, or has learned. But yeah, very interesting stuff here. Like, I for the most part feel like, okay, it could work out, but I definitely, like, when it comes to the core of what you just wrote, I definitely agree. She's barbaric towards, yeah, she really is this character that a driven character all of a sudden, which seems unusual for Galadriel. So that always feels a bit off. I definitely agree on this. Like, I wouldn't say it's Mordvid's Clark. It's hard to say for me right now. Fault that this is the case, but as said, more like how this character is written, how Galadriel is written in the show, and she just, I don't know, she simply is that character. Yeah, she also punches through the eyes. I definitely know, like, that's what I meant with she's more physical. Like, she fights, she hits things. She's not like if compare her to Elrond, like that is like complete different. Like, he also doesn't fear making his hands dirty, but he has a plan. He also definitely knows how to use words as his art and as his kind of weapon, which I really like, because I don't know, he has some pretty cool dialogue in my opinion. Melian was later in history. She was very early in history. So she and Thingol were a thing, like much older than even Galadriel. They are also longer married than Galadriel even exists, I would say. Yeah, exactly. That was in the First Age with Melian. Like, when the elves were awoke in Middle-earth, Melian was still around, and at some point also Thingol was around, and then they met before they even went from Middle-earth, following the invitation of the Valar to go to the west continent, Aman. And Thingol stayed there because of Melian, and that is how the Sindar elves came to be. And then later the Noldor elves returned from the west continent again to Middle-earth and did their war against Morgoth, and so on and so forth. But yeah, the fireworks, not much to say there. I would say that's more Gandalf's thing, I feel, though fireworks are of course mentioned in the books. As a result, they exist in Tolkien's world quite canon. It's pretty much canon. As a result, why, of course they can be in the show. The elves could have the knowledge how to make fireworks. I'm not sure if there is a reference for that or not. Fireworks in Tolkien's lore are not my expertise, I have to admit, but there might be, or not, but definitely, I guess, could make an argument that it kind of works. And the next scene is pretty interesting. We have seen this in promotional material already, like some small clip. I think there was also in the world premiere things in London and so on, something going on with these statues. And yeah, we discussed would elves really carve, or I was invited to the Tolkien Society stream, and we also discussed not the episodes yet, to some degree just the bonus material yesterday, and we also discussed basically would elves do this to trees. And I would say maybe the Noldor, because they were not that, they were also closer to nature than, let's say, the dwarves or so, but they would definitely also use wood to build something. It was more like the some of the Nandor elves that were very, very close. Yeah, exactly. You're taking away my point. The statue here to the left, this one here, has a helmet. And this might be the so-called dragon helm of Dorlomin. And then this character, if he's an elf, might be Belek from the First Age. Do we probably have a good artwork of him somewhere? Like one of the, for a time, a companion of Turin. And yeah, he tragically also dies due to Turin. Oh, Kimberly 80 made, like, there's of course yeah, his death is documented. I'm not sure if his hair color is mentioned somewhere, but yeah, Kimberly 80 made this artwork of him. And yeah, pretty cool character from the First Age, from the Children of Húrin story and so on. Pretty awesome. Yeah, that is true. She was also ambitious, if that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. She came to Middle Earth because she did not want to be under the tutelage of the Valar anymore and want to have her own realm to order as she wanted. And lots of squirrels, yeah. And as a result, yeah, she came to Middle Earth. That was her motivation, and I feel like here they changed the motivation to a Galadriel that wants to continue what her brother started and chase down the evil by any means necessary. Almost a bit like Feanor, if that makes sense. Even though I would definitely see Galadriel wiser than that. And yeah, in the I made the joke in the Who's Galadriel video that being wiser than Feanor is not that difficult, to be honest. But yeah, still, of course, Feanor is a fantastic character, don't get me wrong, but of course he did many things that are, let's say, debatable. Yeah, there's also like a huge row, and it's basically like a what do you call it? Graveyard cemetery. But yeah, so pretty interesting scene with some interesting references. If somebody, like, of course, we could zoom in, and if somebody in chat has like a really awesome idea about who these people here could be, he writes something down. I think, who could this be? Who did stuff? Who wrote stuff down in the earlier ages? Could be, of course, what was his name? Pengolos, but he probably should be still alive. But I don't know. Difficult topic again. Yeah, I see strength as something greater than just being able to physical MMA fighter. Yeah, that's definitely true. Okay, sorry, just had to eat a snack, so my my belly doesn't make noises. Could just be Feanor. If this is though a graveyard and not just statues of famous elves, because her Galadriel's brother is also there, like here, then yeah, I don't know. Probably, I guess you could make an argument. Feanor also died in Middle Earth, so yeah, maybe you are right. Maybe that is Feanor, but I don't know. Interesting idea. Yeah, I didn't know you were up. I enjoyed that. He didn't went to bed yet. Yeah, I didn't sleep, so my commentary will go downhill. Dairon. That is a good idea. I like that. Maybe that's Dairon. You're right. That makes almost most sense. He called it a park. Yeah, you're right. He also called it some kind of park. Yeah. So maybe it is just a famous... But it also has this graveyard vibe, if that makes sense. So if an elf dies, he gets like something like this. It probably doesn't mean that his physical remains are here, but maybe it's just a place where they get a statue so they can be remembered. Yeah, a memorial gallery, something like that, yeah. Potentially. Oh, I forgot to switch the scenes. Definitely my commentary will go, will go further downhill. Also, I need something to drink. Oh, too much talking. But should be okay now. Yeah, let's move on. We have still like a lot of scenes. As said, this guy is maybe Belek on the first age. Very interesting. And here's I really need to get something to drink, I think. My take on the wolves. Like last last stream they really had we noticed that in some of the breakdown streams, analysis streams from trailers, we noticed that they have like hooves. What's the English word? You know, but their feet didn't look like the feet of wolves. So I was a bit surprised that they were called like wolves. There's an interesting, strange scene. I wondered for a moment, while just looking at it again, what's going on with the light. Here we see Elrond coming down the stairs. You notice that the light is very, moved towards red or bluish. No, it's more violet. You know what I mean. But it's due to the fireworks. The fireworks constantly change the light in the scene, so I just wondered for a moment, in case you also wonder why stuff looks strange. He comes with 2 drinks to talk to Galadriel again. Here you also see this beautiful another shot of this alley with all the elves, with all these rows and these statues. Pretty impressive shot in my opinion. I really like that. Definitely also shows how many elves have fallen and so on. Elrond Kenobi. In Taladon. Also, why does this show continue the tradition of spilling the last supply of water on people's faces? Well, there are some movie tropes that always have to be continued, I feel. Yeah, pretty sad for the scene. It's a very short one as well, so it's not like a very long scene that we see here. But yeah, Elrond basically tries to convince Galadriel to sail to the west. Here in this shot, like I said, the lighting changes again due to the fireworks. A very interesting detail. And they have this long conversation. That Galadriel also tells him that he has not seen what she has seen. In the trailer, I didn't like the dialogue too much, but I have to say seeing it then going on in the show, it worked out pretty well for me, I feel. Yeah, there was a lot done for the sake of lighting. Agree. I'm not sure if Tirharat is where Lislat is. I think it could be Lislat, or it could be the plateau of Gorgoros already. It's, I think, somewhat south of where Kiris Ungol is, and we know that Shelob also is already in Mordor before Sauron is there. So I don't know. It's a really strange place in my opinion. Man, this is quite. Yeah, I know what you mean, but I think there's a lot of little subtle things in this dialogue still, which kind of made me like it a bit more. I have to say, I wouldn't say yeah, you are right. In a way, he doesn't take Galadriel seriously. At least her constant talking about the like, but he's not the only one. Like most people do, and wow, is Aaron still here? Short video at only 4 hours, Chris? Yeah. Short video. Like, this is a stream. I knew that the stream for the first episodes will not be short. I made a 7 or something minute first impressions video already before I started streaming. But I knew that the stream here will be really long. But we are still very far in, like, considering how long the episode is, we are definitely relatively far into the episode already. And we're making pretty good progress, I feel. Yeah, also need to watch with subtitles. Yeah, exactly. I think Elrond really tried to convince her. Though Gil-galad also says that he kind of shares some of the worries that Galadriel has, but he's probably not so extreme. Like, the problem is not that Galadriel has worries. The problem with Galadriel in these scenes is that she's really extreme in what she's doing, and we have seen this expedition into the far north, and her companions were laying down their weapons and said, okay, Galadriel, you can go on alone if you want, we will go home. And we almost died here. They were not a fan of that. And though they kind of still respect her, like, it was not like they were attacking her or trying to, I don't know, they were just saying, this is now enough for us. We can't go further, Commander. They were still being kind of respectful with that, and I don't think they definitely maybe see her problem, but they don't agree with her methods, if that makes sense. And I think that is what Elrond kind of has to work around here a little bit. That it's still there. I like how Elrond really uses all his diplomacy to maybe move her into that direction. Okay, the bot invaders are also back. Now with a new thing here. Now they came up with new stuff. Yeah, the infamous bot alert. I wouldn't say Elrond is shady. Sorry. Oh, Yeah, the good old bots. Pretty awesome. Yeah, let's not go into this direction. But yeah, I'm not sure if he's shady. I know what you mean. I said he might try to manipulate her in a way. I wouldn't say manipulate is a strong word. I would say he's more trying to convince her to explore this. I think the scene though between both of them, like they're still on on the same kind of the same level, or you definitely notice there is respect for Galadriel, and but he really tries to, as you said, it comes over a bit as he doesn't take her really serious and tries to manipulate her, but I think he just really tries to explore that she can't go on like this. And risk the lives of others, and he makes some, in my opinion, really good points that how many other statues should be added to this long alley we just discussed. If she continues the way she does, that is though what will happen. And I don't know, I have to admit I kind of like the dialogue. There's definitely a motive for Gil-galad and Elrond to talk to Galadriel and say to her, maybe you have to rethink some of the stuff. Though they of course try to also get her to leave Middle Earth and maybe find peace. This is an interesting offer in a way. Like it can be seen from very different angles. I kind of like that. You can see this as a retirement, and say, okay, Galadriel, go home now. You did enough. But you can also see it like it is really an honor for her to be allowed to leave Middle Earth and go to Valinor, and that is where all else will go at some point. So it's not only that, and maybe they think that is the best for her, so that her wounds can heal, because that is what is possible in Valinor. Like, in theory, she can also meet her brother there again, so that might also help. But I'm not sure. It seems like in the show, if an elf is slain, it seems to be more permanent than it actually is in the books, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, the writing and cinematography were very competent. I agree on that. You probably don't have to like every scene, but I guess most people would agree that it's at least often quite competently made. Was the outpost supposed to be Utumno? Maybe. I think there are not that many possibilities otherwise. I mean, Angband would be in the ocean, but maybe it's just some other outpost that survived, like some watchtower, some outpost. Like, Utumno was not an outpost, it was the first main fortress of Morgoth. Yeah, he also promised her to take over her task if he finds, or if he finds out about Sauron as well. So, to me, like, it's an interesting conversation with some interesting details. I think this works pretty well. Then, yeah, then they kind of depart. Let me just see what happens next. Answer me, Chris. Was it Feanor's mother's choice to die? Yes. I guess it's a bit pedantic for the wording, but was it her choice? That is an interesting question. I think it was not directly a choice, though. Though it has nothing to do with the topic, but her choice was basically to... No, there was not a choice. She gave birth and she was insanely exhausted because... I don't know how to phrase it, but if an elven woman gives birth to a child, part of herself, of her spirit energy, whatever you want to call it, of her physical energy also goes into this child, and she is in a way diminished, if that makes sense. Like, diminished is probably the wrong word for it, but that is the case. And it was so extreme with Miriel that after her death, that after giving birth, she was so exhausted that she just laid down and her spirit left her body and went to the halls of Mandos. Though her body could be healed and was totally fine, but her spirit was so exhausted and she simply did not want to return to her body and stayed in the halls. At least there are also several versions of this, but usually that's roundabout how it goes. So she doesn't... In a way, she decided for it, but in a way it was also the consequence of giving birth to Feanor, and Feanor is so powerful because so much of her spirit went into him. Sorry about that, no problem. Could she have lived anyway? She later lives again. After a time, she maybe is healed or recovers from this, especially when her husband Finwë dies, and then Finwë offers to her that she can now live and Finwë stays in the halls, and so she can be around, and this kind of works, and so she is around again. So yeah, she could have lived again, or she could have survived. Yeah, I think she, I guess, could have, but she, in a way, didn't have the strength to do so and didn't want to do so. So, of course, in a way, it is a decision of her, but this decision is also heavily based on a consequence, if that makes sense. But before we lose track of the show here, probably move on a bit. Like, this dialogue is really interesting, probably needs further analysis, though, and I need to hear it again. Just too long ago. It's relatively long dialogue. In the trailers, we only had very short snippets so far. Okay, now I know what you mean with a very strange transition. So from Lindon, From Lindon, yeah, I know what you mean. Like, from Lindon we go to the Southlands now, next in the next scene. With the Harfoots, you mean? What is the old man with the Harfoots? That's a good question. I don't know, to be honest. I have very weird vibes from this guy. In one moment, he feels like he's Gandalf. In the next moment, he feels like he's Sauron in disguise or whatever. It's really, really strange. I can't really tell you who he is. There's one detail. It can't be Tom Bombadil or something, I think, because I'm not sure if Tom Bombadil would speak Quenya. He speaks Quenya, so the Istari all would be able to speak Quenya. Sauron himself could also speak Quenya, I think. He probably didn't like it, but he could. Yeah. The question is, what did go wrong? Like, the wizards are usually wise, and I don't know. It feels like he is able to how to phrase it, to make things happen around him, and often they are bad. And I feel like this is not really fitting to Sauron, if that makes to Gandalf, for example, or to the Istari, if that makes sense. Yeah, the Firefly scene makes also me question. Like, there are scenes where I would say, okay, this is 100% Gandalf. There are other scenes where I'd say, maybe not. Sauron is too proud. You could argue that, but yeah, this might be, of course, like a book spoiler. But from the book's perspective, it is possible. I think it is possible, but I'm very curious what's going on. What was Meteor's language? It was Quenya, so the language of the elves from, for example, the West continent, or I guess the Noldor. It's basically Elven Latin. He said Ure, which means fire, and Mana, which means what is. We ask what is fire or something. I don't know what this means. Why would a wizard ask about fire? It's strange to me. Of course, I know Gandalf had some fire abilities. His Gandalf has to be, yeah, definitely possible. I'm not sure though. I would like to look at the star constellation he has seen, or that he showed, and maybe try to find more about this. I'm quite worried they are making up a character. Maybe. I think making up a character, to be honest, for me would be probably the best solution. Like, if he's neither of those and something completely new, I can say, okay, fan fiction, whatever. But if they take Gandalf and just change so many things and make him so weird, I think I would dislike that more than a completely new character, if I'm honest. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't making up a character be better than butchering another? Exactly. Sauron was a Maiar of Aule, not a scuffy Uitila. That is, of course, true, but we know that Sauron could change his physical appearance quite a lot. Let me just see. So yeah, this transition here was criticized as a bit strange. Like, this is a really weird transition. Like, basically they added in some mountains in the card, like this. This looks a bit strange, I have to agree. Like, the other transitions are so incredibly smooth. I assume it was not possible to get something similar with these mountain ranges and so on working. Here now, like, in case you wonder where we are, this here later will be Minas Tirith, and somewhere here will be Osgiliath, Minas Isil or Minas Morgul, and yeah, Tir Harat is here on the other side. Here Rohan will later be. That's Fangorn, Lothlorien, and so on. This is so basically, yeah, at one point part of Gondor, everything. So we jump basically to Tir Harat, which is down here, roundabout. And yeah, this scene here we see with the farmers there doing stuff. And I would have never suspected, I've seen of course a trailer, and from that we already knew this map part of that this is in where Tir Harat is. But we already see like this tower here in the distance with a bridge and so on. Pretty neat. Do you think it looks a bit rushed from the pure? Do you think it looks a bit rushed just from the pure visuals? I would say no. I don't think it's rushed. Like, I often felt like what we have seen in previous trailers looked definitely a bit worse, and they improved it quite a bit. And so far, I found it visually pretty good. Of course, if you just pause every frame like we do here, then it might look rough, fair, not really rough, but bit worse here and there, but in full motion I didn't really notice that. The only thing I notice is I think we have to I have to listen to Spielkalb and just go to bed after covering episode 1, and then we cover episode 2 later today, because I really need to sleep. Like, my mental power is slowly leaving me. If mental power is the right word. But yeah, we have seen this scene here multiple times. We've discussed this. This is Tir Harat, and the people living there seem to have some association in the past of their ancestors with Morgoth, the first Dark Lord. And they live here in Mordor for whatever reason, at a strange place, which I'm also not 100% convinced of. I have to say, though, I find this place interesting, though there are some details that worry me a little bit. The tree in the Dwarven Prince house. Yeah, I think that was from the a sapling from the big tree in Lindon. You should go to bed. Yeah, but we definitely have to finish this here first before I can do that. Did you notice the ends? Yeah, I think there was a scene, right? But yeah, we definitely see, like, some of the scenes we have seen in promotional material. This particular building here is very interesting. And yeah, it's an interesting place. Not sure who made these ruins. I assume their ancestors or whatever. Has to do probably with a war against Morgoth. One does not simply walk into Tir Harat. Yeah, exactly. Why did Celebrimbor and Elrond act like strangers? I assume simply for a better introduction. They should have known each other at some point, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. It's a bit strange. Here we see Arondir with his elven friend. I didn't get the name of his elven friend. I forgot it again. Maybe somebody in chat knows if he was named. Very interesting. They basically inspect what these former Morgoth friends do here. The horror was on point. Yeah, I have to say the orc theme was pretty cool. Like, well done. Sadly, one part of my theory did not come to be. And we also see two people playing like a board game. I have no idea how it works, but it's very interesting. I have to admit that, like, there's also a scene. Maybe I find it really quick in the Fellowship of the Ring thing. At the beginning, where two hobbits play a game. So even though these are clearly not hobbits, but definitely somewhat reminiscent of that. It would be really funny if the actors are the same. I don't think so, but that would be pretty cool. Like a pretty cool Easter egg if that would be the case. Like here in the first Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings film, we also see these two hobbits in the Shire play some kind of board game. And if you look at this shot, it is also distantly Shire-ish, like not really, but maybe it's a reference. You also have this bridge, a little water here. Just noticed that. Very interesting. And Orc was Michael Myers. I would even say they might have referenced Nosferatu a little bit. But yeah, kind of interesting characters here. This place felt kind of alive, so they definitely managed that this worked pretty well. We have another interesting scene here, where Arondir just visits this pub, and we have all kinds of interesting people sitting there, eating, and I don't know. And yeah, we have seen this scene here from the trailer already, from some additional content and so on. So yeah, he's offering something to drink. And yeah, then this one friend of Theo seems to, I don't know, he didn't like Arondir and not attacked him, but really wanted to make some trouble there. And I like how this scene resolves. Like, in my opinion, that was an interesting twist to it. It definitely establishes that Arondir is also like an elf, and as a result, usually far more powerful than a human being, but still, I kind of like how they resolve the tension here. Let me just see. There was this, in case you remember, this mug scene where, to not get any trouble, he offered the boy or the young man like a mug and just say, yeah, hey, drink something, and he just pushes it away. He really wants to. And then the man wants to punch him just for this audacity, and Arondir really basically tried to. He punched him, and Arondir just stopped the fist really, really fast, and it impresses the people. So okay, and they know, okay, we shouldn't mess with this guy. It's an interesting point, Gang Rider. Every boy in Tir Harad is a future Witch King. Like, I would say Theo is definitely a candidate for at least one of the Nazgul, because he seems to be very interested in the stuff Morgoth, Sauron, whoever has to offer. So, I don't know. Might be interesting. Though he might not be powerful enough for that, or interesting. But we will find out how this will develop in the 5 seasons. But yeah, potentially somebody from there could become. But of course I can see that a lot of people just see, this guy could be a Nazgul, and this guy could be one. Who knows? Not all Nazguls were bad from the start. Like, we can read that depending on how much good was in them, it took longer or not so long to turn them onto Sauron's side and into Nazgul. Thank you for doing all this work. I need to head out. I look forward to going on this journey with you. Get some sleep. Thank you, Connor, for staying so long. Much appreciated. Being active in chat and so on. But yeah, I also just really try to get through the trailer now. Fast is the wrong word, but slowly and surely, and then I also get my well-deserved rest, and then I probably get back online later and we discuss the rest or so. That's probably the best call I can make right now. Also, Spielkalb writes, yes, Arondir was better acted than I worried, but the trailers, we only had action shots of him. Yeah, that is true. But he acted also really well. The aggressive guy talks about the things were different if the real king returns. Yeah, that is an interesting point. I also remember that line. Interesting to premiere with 2 pilots. Yeah, some speculate that the first episode just had so much exposition in it that you needed like the second already to make up for it a bit. And I definitely can see this, and they both feel also like they belong to each other, like they need to be seen back to back. It was really like almost a film. Pretty cool. It's 1:30 where I get up for work. Good night, everyone. Yeah, sleep well. Threes golden. Really curious how people will like all this stuff. Like when it's done, like it's really hard to imagine how the reception of this will be for the most part. Let me just see. But yeah, he mentions the real king. Very curious what that means. Maybe if they are still like, I don't know, still like Morgoth, maybe they wait that he comes back, or they wait that Sauron comes, or I don't know who this king might be. No, I'm not sure. Not his father. Depending on the version, Celebrimbor's uncle raised Elrond. So not his father. But I get your point. However, one has to admit that Celebrimbor had very little contact with. I'm not sure if he had little contact with his uncles and father, but he definitely didn't like what they did in the First Age. He was in the version where he is the son of one of the sons of Feanor. He's the son of Curufin, and the sons who foster-fathered Elros and Elrond were Maedhros and especially Maglor. Like Maglor became something like a foster father to Elrond. And then he meets Bronwyn at the well or so, and I think they weren't they in the town to check if everything is okay with the well there, with the water or something. Forgot what it was exactly. And Bronwyn gives him some seeds and so on. They have this dialogue. They try to establish their forbidden love, if that makes sense. And I think they add like an addition like this Romeo and Juliet style, like probably it's hard to tell, like the elves are probably also not the hugest fan of a relationship between an elf and a woman, or an elven man and a woman of man, or whatever, or vice versa. And the people around Bronwyn are also like in this. They also don't like that the elves are there watching over them, so they also don't like one of them getting along well with one of the elves. So kind of interesting, but nothing really new in a way. Still, I thought they did it pretty well. Tolkien was confused with this as well, yeah. Happens easily. Yeah, and then he meets his elf friend and then return to their watchtower. So it is their watchtower and both have this armor. And here's a detail I find very strange. If we go further into this, they at some point are at the said watchtower here. It watches over this region here, their headquarters if you want. And at some point, while they are there, they get like a message and said it's a message from the High King or something like that. But that seems so strange to me. Let me just see this frame here. Here you see him holding the message, and if I remember correctly, he says, "Yeah, the Witch King, no, the High King, basically says we have decided that it's now peace and we can move on, so you don't have to watch over those people anymore and can just move on with your life." And they all think, okay, pretty awesome. Yeah, exactly, could be like an outpost of him. However, I would have suspected that those elves are Sindar, or not maybe Sindar or Nandor elves, and usually those are not under the command of Gil-galad. There's even a version where where there's like a conflict inside the Last Alliance because some of the elves did not want to listen to like to a king of the Noldor. So I would argue if he's a Sindar, it's of course not impossible. Even some Sindar and probably also other elven groups, Sylvan elves, were also living in the realm of Gil-galad, but usually I would not expect them to listen to what he says, if that makes sense. Because Gil-galad is the High King of the Noldor, not of the Sindar or of the Nandor and so on. I can also kind of live with it, but definitely a detail that I found a bit strange, to be honest. But anyways, I can live with it. Okay. Hey LPG and y'all, welcome. Midnight's Oblivion, nice to see you. I'm just struggling with my tiredness, I have to say. We're really getting close to the end of the episode. And yeah, the next scene we get the introduction of Bronwyn's son, Theo. And he later finds this sword, as we already have seen in the trailers many times and heard. And yeah, she is like a healer in this region and can maybe heal people. And she does stuff with herbs and so on. What do you call it? Apothecary? No, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. I have to look up the pronunciation because I'm too tired. Even if I would not be tired. Apothecary is the pronunciation of it. Okay. Wait. Is it as bad as they say? I would say no, it's not. Some might say it is. Hard to tell. The House of Healing, basically that. I would argue, I don't know. I can see why people don't like it, but I would say it's also not completely bad. Like that's also not true. But it depends on what you want. I guess you have to blend out a bit that they might do a lot of changes to the books and so on. And it definitely feels like they are, for some stuff they could have told, it would be awesome if they would have more rights, but I don't know. So yeah, here they talk, and there's like a lot of stuff that I think more evolves in the next part. And then when he leaves, he comes to see his, I guess, girlfriend, and they still are also a bit reluctant about their when it comes to their relationship, Arondir and Bronwyn. So interesting. As said, I'm not the hugest fan of this Romeo and Juliet or whatever. Like I said, my brain is just absolutely tired. This like story, and it's then also this forbidden elf and a human or a woman of man. It's just a bit unnecessary in my opinion, but let's see how it turns out. So far, I have to say I really liked the Tir Harad section, in my opinion. But there's definitely some details, like the Theo and sword thing has me a bit worried. Not as much as a stranger, though. I think that's definitely the biggest thing that I'm worried about still. And yeah, he tells her that he has to leave, or that they abandoned this place, and I don't know. Then somebody comes, and like a customer with a sick cow, and she has some kind of sickness. I don't know, very strange. Is it late in Bavaria? I'm not from Bavaria though. But yeah, here in Germany it is early. It's like 11 a.m. right? Yeah, 11 a.m. and I have not slept yet. So for me it is terrible. Can't wait for the giant table. Yeah, it's sadly a thing for later in the show, I feel. But yeah, we have this man with a cow, and he yeah, I don't know. It's a weird scene. Like they inspect the cow and try to find what's wrong with it. Poor animal. And yeah, then when he tries to get some checks what's going on with the milk, I don't know, black slimy goo comes out of it. Like in this scene. Really, really strange scene. Interesting but strange, I have to admit. And yeah, this is now the scene we talked about. Theo with his other friend, who's maybe a bit what do you say? He has some. He gets angry quite fast. It seems. Also seems a bit mean. Like I like how the actor plays it. Like he definitely is able to bring over this. He can be a bit unpleasant. If that makes sense. Show the cow. Here we have another shot of the cow. Gives chocolate. Wow. And they go into the barn, and it seems like Theo knows something, and he goes, like, maybe he has found a treasure. He calls it a bounty or so. And he loosens some of these planks, and then there's something hidden below, and he has this this thing, and finds the sword we already knew from the trailer. Like, and then we get this scene here, which is very interesting. You are a champ, Chris. Thank you. Yeah, he's the guy from the pub, his friend, who just made some. Tried to I don't know, get into an argument with Arondir. It didn't work out. But yeah, this scene we already knew from the trailers. Now he has not found it there. It seems like he knew it was there, or something was there, and he just then got it from this barn. Oh, and then this scene is already over, and we have an interesting. No, it's not over yet. But yeah, somebody is coming, I think, or so. His friend leaves. And yeah, what makes this scene really definitely interesting is we see the symbol of Sauron on this particular weapon, on this sword hilt that is broken. And not only that, like, if Theo also looks at it with kind of, like, he kind of likes what he seems like mesmerized by it. And that definitely gives this, okay, he could be easily ensnared by Sauron or whatever evil force. Very interesting to see. Yeah, it seems like the sword has gets like power over him. Very interesting. I'm not sure where this will lead though. And then we see a scene also for at first I was a bit confused. I think was this scene in some trailer or so? I think it was also material where we see where we saw this scene here. I remembered wondering like it's messing with his hand. Yeah. Though now they're on the boat. I thought, okay, they have now their armor on, and later they don't have, and this also explains what is going on there exactly. We already talked about that I am not a huge fan of Galadriel sailing to the west already. Did Theo found it elsewhere and that is also possible. I don't remember the dialogue between them anymore, so there might be a hint to that, but yeah, you might be right. He found it somewhere else and then hid it there. Something like that. And yeah, so now they are on this ship here and move on further. With the ship. Oh, that is not the scene I wanted to show. Wait a moment. Now it's just Galadriel on the ship, and then we go back to Lindon and to Elrond, and then Elrond talks to Gil-galad. Very interesting. Let me just see. Yeah. The Gil-galad scene. Like, the scenery is very beautiful, I have to admit. Did you just cover? Yeah, like, I'm talking for almost 5 hours or so. No, let's say 4.5 hours. And my water bottle is empty. So that's a very bad sign. But we continue. Very still also like the cinematography. Oh, I did terrible things here. I should have switched this. But yeah, they have a talk, and basically they talk a bit about Galadriel and sending her into the west and so on. What's going on, and that Gil-galad kind of shares this view with her. Let me just see what else is here. Like, kind of. It's probably not as extreme when it comes to that. And then now we have this other scene. Like, he also introduces, like, he basically says, Gil-galad says to him that he should meet Celebrimbor and work together with him on a project in Eregion. And here he is. We see Celebrimbor already. No, I did not pour it on my face. And yeah, he has a project, and then he goes to Eregion, and then they continue their talk there. Very interesting. Then we have a very cute scene with Nori and Sadok again. Let me just take this here. Very interesting in this context. Now we return to Rovanion again. Something, where is it? Somewhere here. And they look into this book together, which I find very fascinating. Like there are star constellations and so on. Later I think in episode 2 we see it a bit more clearly. It might be also Kalakirka, I think is the name. I hope I remember the name correctly. It's very similar to Kalakiria. It's also mentioned in The Lord of the Rings. And we see the moon in the background and this particular shot. And yeah, he looks at his book pages. Just have struggle finding the frame. And yeah, we already discussed that on this book page, it seems like there's a certain star constellation. We talked about this in the recap trailers already. And on top of that, maybe this represents like a meteor or something that also appears. So yeah, he went through the book and he noticed that in there at times it kind of aligns with what happens, and this might be the same. Something we already speculated, and I think it wasn't my idea. Somebody on Twitter or so had the idea that this might represent a star constellation and the meteor appearing and so on. So maybe it's some kind of prophecy. And yeah, it seems to be something like that. I like this arc so far with Celebrimbor and Gilad sending him to help him with his project. The only one who thinks he was to send to spy on Celebrimbor, that's an interesting idea, maybe. Hard to tell. But on the other side, Celebrimbor asked Gil-galad to help him. And he sends him Elrond, so possible, but I don't know. It was not an idea I had when I saw the episodes for the first time, but definitely possible. But yeah, we discussed this and how it might be a problem. Then we see Bronwyn and Arondir, who after the cow investigated, and they talked about the owner of the cow to where the cow was eating, and then they decided to go there and they have like a conversation. I think Bronwyn, that I wouldn't say disappoints me, but it seems there is a neighbor village to Tir Harat, or whatever it's called, and there Bronwyn seems to be from, and they have a discussion about their relationship, like of this village to Morgoth and so on. Very interesting. Never saw dwarf children before. Yeah, but I think that is episode 2, right? And yeah, when they get there, they suddenly sadly notice that the village is burning. Let me just find a good frame. And yeah, something terrible has happened there, which I think is resolved more in the next episode, right? Very interesting. And then we have a cut to Galadriel again on the ship. And now on the way to the west. And of course we all know that something will happen there. And now they explain basically, like, what I found very strange is, we know that if we go back to the boat, we notice that these servants with these white veils are also on the boat. And so, what is the deal with them? Are they also sailing to the west? with those guys? Or are they just then returning with the ship because they are still servants in, I don't know, Gil-galad's service and have to return? That would make very little sense. The whole ceremony I find a bit strange, to be honest, but it was also kind of cool, but also really weird. I can't really describe it. But they are standing there in their armor, and then now that they're getting close to the west continent, Aman, I assume, they definitely, I don't know. Like these servants basically try get them out of their armor and help them to, I don't know, unequip their armor basically, so that they are only there in their light robes, standing and ready for entering Aman or so. I still find this like a very strange ceremony or so. Like, why would they do this? But this explains why Galadriel here has this armor and then later has a different armor in the trailers. I have to say, I always couldn't make any sense out of all of these scenes, and now that I've seen it, they still don't make too much sense. But of course, I understand what is happening. But that is kind of strange, I have to admit. A nice scene though is, I guess the idea behind the scene is that it is important when they go to Valinor that they let go of their past, of who they were, of them being warriors or whatever. And then as a symbolic thing, they have to put down their armor and move on basically with their lives. And Galadriel holds on to her dagger, and the servant wants to take it away, but she would not let loose of it. The masks are good. They have to leave the weapons behind when they enter Valinor. Yeah, definitely a possibility. Okay, I just hit the wrong shot. Very weird. But yeah, and they sail to the west, and then we have some of the scenes we've already seen with the white birds coming. And then we have a pretty sick shot at some point where basically, I don't know, the path to Valinor is opening. Like this one here. Like, there's like a wall of clouds opening for the elves to enter. I find that's an interesting idea, because there definitely is this, there are these enchanted isles and you can't pass them, but I would argue they represent this probably a bit more over the top than it actually was, especially before the whole Numenor thing. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. The dagger is a symbol for a task finding Sauron. Basically, what she thinks her brother inherited her, if that makes sense. That she also goes for this search, and yeah, she has to leave it behind. And yeah, they make this complete scene like I must say, this is, though it's visually cool, I still find it very, very strange. So yeah, I don't have a good map here. Let me just do you have a second age map? I have, of course. But yeah, they have to sail to the west continent, Aman. This is like the globe, and they're getting close, and then stuff is kind of working out. And then this particular passage here opens, and we see definitely the dagger on the ground, and they really try to play around with these themes here and there, if that makes sense. Let me just switch to the scene again. But wait, the world is not bent yet. Yeah, that is true. The world is not bent yet. It's similar to those to the scene on the banners from the Elven. Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, exactly. It's very similar. Yeah, the solution is not too bad, of course. I agree with you, though. Just the whole context and stuff as a whole, I find just very unusual and a bit strange. And then suddenly something changes and this meteor appears. And Galadriel looks at the dagger again, and yeah, then we see this scene we have earlier seen. Gil-galad looks up and sees a meteor. A lot of people look up at times, but not all of them see the meteor. We see Bronwyn and Arondir also seeing the meteor, and so on. It seems, I wouldn't say strange, but yeah, something like that. So Gil-galad is of course here on the map somewhere. And then the meteor flies around. And then this then has to do with the so-called Meteor Man. Or Meteorite Man then, when he lands. Also, yeah, we have seen this scene in the trailers that Arondir and Celebrimbor also look at the sky, same as a guards, and see the meteor flying, passing by. Also, I passed out for a moment. I don't find a solution to it. Long day of beers. Yeah, the meteor has to be some kind of Maiar or so. I agree on that. And yeah, all kinds of people see this. And I don't fully understand, like, they enter this barrier, and I assume this barrier, when she enters it, let me just see if I find a frame, it's like glowing and magic and so on. And in a way, going to Valinor is like dying, going to heaven, to paradise, if that makes sense. And yeah, we have this scene here, and if he enters past this barrier, there's a point of no return. And Galadriel looks at her dagger, and then we come back to the very beginning of the episode where she remembers what her brother has said to her, that sometimes, I think he said, we don't know what it is, but we have to make it, like, take a risk, basically, I think. Oh no, we have to touch the darkness to find out. Something like this, I think her brother said to her. And this she then uses to decide to do something. Well, let me just, I know how to do this now. This she then took to basically as a decision to jump off the ship with the dagger and saying, nope, I'm not going away. And this is, for me, very strange. Like, the solution of that seems for me completely off, I have to admit. Like, they sail to, I don't know, around here on the globe, in the absolute middle of nowhere, and he jumps into the water in the middle. Like, there are no ships of men or anything nearby, and she expects to swim back or anything. Like, I feel like it's, even for Galadriel, a powerful elf, a bit unrealistic that she can just survive in the water for so long, and then like a miracle find somebody. I know there's a concept called like fate and destiny and so on in Tolkien's world, but still, that, in my opinion, a little bit much, everything considered. I don't think couldn't they have made this a bit different? You know what I mean? But I definitely found this really strange. I think the guy who wants Galadriel to grab his hands is the same guy who's seen in the beginning, who refuses to follow any further. Yeah, I think these people were from the expedition that they got as a reward. They can now return to Valinor and be happy there together. And I think, yeah, he wants also Galadriel with them and so on, their commander, but she can't let go of her task, and as a symbol, she takes a dagger, the task of her brother again, and jumps into the water and does her thing. It's a leap of faith, yeah. So you could argue it is, but the question is, of course, couldn't they have made this, I don't know, decision of Galadriel and her character progression a bit differently, a bit less over the top dramatic, and like they put Galadriel in an extremely unrealistic scenario that has pretty much zero chance of survival. Like her, in some versions, she had a brother called Amros. Amros also, like, always existed. It's an older character than Galadriel from the perspective of the writing process of Tolkien. I think he's also mentioned in texts from, I don't know, 1926 or 1930 or something. Very, very early character. And yeah, in some versions he is the brother of her, and he also drowned in a storm. So it's not like elves can definitely die in water and drown. So that is, it's not like they are immune to that as well. It seems very strange as a result, and I assume now jumping off the ship establishes her ban. Like she can't now return simply to Valinor anymore because she's banned. She just did not accept the invitation to go there, the gift, and refused it, and instead I assume that is the explanation for in the show for her to be banned. Interesting idea, but I know they solved this pretty strange. Did I said brother? I mean the son. Like Amros is in some versions the son, not the brother. She had, of course, multiple brothers. Finrod, Angrod, and Aignor were her brothers. In some versions, Gil-galad was her brother, interestingly. There's also, in a very early note of Tolkien thought about making Elrond her husband, interestingly. Or better to say, Galadriel, Elrond's wife, which is also an interesting idea. Yeah, exactly. She could have resisted going to the ship in the last moment. They could have maybe used more dialogue, more maybe split this over more episodes. I guess they probably need her in. The problem is, it seems the story needs her in Numenor, and that is why this scene here exists. Which I guess is okay. It's not bothering me too much, but I found it really, really strange. And yeah, we get some cool shots though, because now basically the door closes again for Valinor, and I assume this is like a symbol for, hey, you now can't return. The door is closed, basically, something like that. And she's now in the middle of the ocean, pretty much alone. And then another strange thing happens. We have a cut to Gil-galad, and he sees like a leaf is falling down. And when he picks it up, he notices that something weirdly black is at the back of it. So with the appearing of the meteor, what basically happens is, I found it. Here's the frame. With the meteor, wasn't she banished? I assumed the banishment, the banishment is complicated. The Lord of the Rings and also The Road Goes Ever On, which are very canon works, the most canon works, I guess, in a way, indicate that or say that she's banned. Lord of the Rings only implies it. The Road Goes Ever On explicitly says this, that she was banned. Tolkien, though, wrote versions in his life where she was not banned. And she just decided to not return to Valinor because she just wanted to stay still in Middle Earth. And she didn't want to be under the tutelage of the Valar. And yeah, so the meteor, the arrival of the meteor seems to have changed things. And yeah, then Nori and Poppy later explore this impact of the meteor. We have seen the meteor impact scene, I think, multiple times by now. And yeah, a very curious Nori, of course, wants to check out what is going on and sees that where the meteor landed, we have meteor men. And he just appears there. There's a man in the meteor, in fire. And yeah, they get closer to him, and then we have the scenes we already know from the trailer, and we made it through episode 1, basically. There's not much to add here, but yeah, this alone makes it pretty clear. Let me just see if I find the sleeping meteor man. He even has some pants. It's a giant, yeah. For her, everyone is a giant, I assume, but it is strange. The whole idea of somebody being in a meteor, crashing onto the ground, not being hurt, not being like the fire isn't even hot, it seems. So many little details that seem very strange. He seems to have something to do with fire, though. Oh, nice. The brothers of Kryn, Canadian Fantasy Corners here. Welcome, nice to see you. We just completed, I think, the first episode. Isn't that awesome? I think it is. Maybe she's a Terran firebed from StarCraft. Maybe. And the supermarket is still open. That is awesome. Nice to see you, my friend. Yeah, it has been a long day for me. You can probably imagine. But yeah, we made it, I think, through the complete trailer. Very interesting. We are now back to the Harfoots, which I don't know, like this whole meteor thing impact should be round about here, I assume. When shall we continue? That's a really good question, when we shall continue. Yeah, maybe 8 p.m. would be a good time to continue with the rest. So I can sleep, I can eat a bit. I can maybe we could do a watch party, because I really need to watch this again. And I'm not watching it right now again. I can promise you that. Like, I definitely notice how I have to really now focus my last little bit of concentration into speaking complete sentences. But we made it through the episode in 5 hours, which is, in my opinion, pretty great. But I definitely would like to look into a few things. And watch party would take 2 hours, and we still have episode 2 to discuss. Plus some cleanup for episode 1, but we maybe do this later. But yeah, that will be really tough. Let me just see. Did I forget something here to cover? It's after Meteor Man is the last scene, right? Nori just looks at him. We have see the fire. He's not burning. And then the credits come. Yeah. Was directed by Mr. Bayona. Did a pretty good job, I have to say. Like, not much to complain. Like, I think, especially, like, shoutouts to whoever made the cinematography. Like, that was really good. Well done. I think all the producers of the show, there's so many of them. Okay, found him. This man seems to be the director of photography. I assume that he is responsible for shooting, right? So let me just see what's going on with chat. I'm down for anything if means more Philosopher's Games content. Oh, Watch Party doesn't have one person controlling. No, on Twitch at least, when I start a Watch Party there, what happens is that it just plays. If I press stop and press play again, I just jump forward, like if I would never have pressed stop. Like, it seems like the show runs on a server and everybody syncs up to the code or time code on the server, and you can't stop the show moving on, if that makes sense. So there can't be breaks. But I didn't want to stop anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. However, looking at my, like, I made like a poll in case people wonder where to find that. Like here in the community page, let me just see that I get that posted into chat in a moment. Here it is. We had the problem last time, and of course you can't pause it exactly on Twitch, which is not too big of a problem, I guess, because I could just end after the first episode, we talk for a moment, and then continue later. Yeah, I would definitely set a timer anyway. I would maybe also show chat and record it. I just yeah. There you can still vote for how to handle watch parties, for example, or how to handle spoilers and so on. But most people, interestingly, like 59% of people voted watch parties on YouTube, VOD on YouTube main channel, which surprises me greatly. Like, I would have expected that people say either watch parties on YouTube or Twitch, and the VOD not on the main channel, like on the archive channel or so, because it just clutters everything up. There will be a lot of content in the next days. Like, even today I feel like I uploaded, like, I don't know, X amount of videos already. Wow, my first impressions video already has, like, I don't know, 2,000 views. I didn't expect that for just a very short recording before I started. And yeah, as a reminder here at the end of the stream, check out the Galadriel video, please. It was quite some work, if you haven't done so. If you have watched it, no problem. Maybe Chris can set a timer here, like he did with the Lord of the Rings watch party. If you already read this. I'm in it with watch party on Twitch. Yeah, I made a short how-to video how to connect this. I don't know, 2,000 views is, yeah, of course, kind of to be expected, but considering that my Galadriel video didn't perform too well, sadly, even though I think it's a fantastic video, I'm a bit worried. But it seems like to getting some traffic now, which is, I guess, good, but also needed. I'm not sure what the comments are because I had no time to check comments here in the meantime. I won't have, like, I have to check if anything is okay. Just don't want to have spam bots or really nasty comments. Like a lot of comments, which is pretty awesome. I have to read them. Yeah, I don't know, chat. I would say I really need to sleep. I really need to eat something because I'm insanely hungry, as you can imagine. I'm not sure when I ate. It was the last time I ate something. Probably before I think after the show or something. It feels like forever ago. Whoa, you are still here. I'm all caught up now. Well, we are done basically. So we definitely reached the end of the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna check it out a bit. Yeah, I just recorded like an 8-minute, my first impression after seeing the episodes, basically. Too bad, Rabbit's gone. Yeah, I just had a very brief snack in between where I shut up for a moment. I really needed to just reduce the sound of my stomach. Yeah, I hope people enjoyed this little stream here, and it was a lot of fun. I'm not sure, like I can absolutely not predict how people will overall enjoy the series or not. I have to admit, like I can just say what I think. I was positively surprised by it. I expected far worse. My worst expectations did not come true, though some of the lore stuff is really weird. I think, like when I talked about the people from the German Tolkien Society, which are different from the UK Tolkien Society, of course. They do their own thing and so on, though they probably know each other, but whatever. Somebody said there that if you watch it and want to enjoy it, you maybe have to forget for a moment what Tolkien wrote in the books, but it's very competently made. And I would say, yeah, that's definitely true. I think, to shout out to this guy here, the director of photography, he did an amazing job. Like, I think cinematography in this series is really, really well done. Like, it's just fun to see so much thought, so many little details in the angles and the shots and the scene composition. It's just from an art or from a work perspective, very well done. I personally like the music now in context with the show much more than I like just listening to the tracks from the soundtrack alone. Also, it must be considered that it seems every episode will have their own soundtrack. Like, what we have gotten now is, I don't know, first 2 episodes, I guess the general motives, but basically every episode has like a soundtrack or something, which just sounds insane. So there will be a lot of stuff be available, and some of the tracks I also liked. Next episode is next Friday, exactly. When do I stream again? In, let's say, let me just, $8 p.m. is a bit early in my opinion. I really need some time to process, maybe watch it one more time or so. I definitely need to sleep 6-7 hours. That's definitely needed. And now doing math with my slow brain. Let me just think. So it's almost 12 o'clock here. 8 hours would be 20 o'clock. So I could try 9 p.m. my time. So in, what is it, 9.5 hours or so? Like, I really need a bit of time to process what I just saw. And then we make like another stream and discuss episode 2. And yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. Will be interesting. And I also watched here on my computer because I needed to prepare for the stream that I can show you screenshots, and I hope my video does not get claimed or any problems. You're right, I don't need to watch it again if we do a watch party. That is true. Still, I would like to read some comments and so on. Just give me time. I would say on paper we stream again, like, yeah, I don't know, 8:30 earliest, I would say. I would say let's say 9. Is 9 too late? Like, we could say in, what is it? Is it in 8 hours? No, that would be like 9 hours should be right. Yeah, 9 hours. Like, let's say 9 hours something. Let's say 8:30 German time. 9. The question is, chat, like, when I go with what people voted for, like I said, a community tab, you can still vote on both things where we watch parties. The votes are not closed or anything. You just have to scroll down one more time. Shall we watch it on YouTube or on Twitch? I know, like, it's pretty close, to be honest. Some people say Twitch, like 59% say, where's the vote though? Let me just see. Watch parties. 59% say watch parties on YouTube, just from a general direction. And 24 and 17 say on Twitch, just the VOD option is different. Nobody said VOD on YouTube and watch party on YouTube and VOD on the archive channel. If I stream it on YouTube as a watch party, you have to consider that we don't have the Twitch features. So I just show you the timer, and then you have to sync the video to the timer yourself, which I don't mind, to be honest. You see hot tub stream option. Wow. You need an account for, I think for chatting you need an account. For watching, not necessarily. However, if you want to use the Twitch feature, like this watch party feature on Twitch, you need to link need to have a Twitch account, and you need to link the Twitch account to the Amazon what's it called, account thing, so that because it's synchronized over the what's it called, the Twitch party, the Amazon, the Prime Video stuff. Man, I can't even talk anymore. I can link you the video with this with how it works. What do you call it? A little manual. Mbaku, hi guys. Hi, welcome. You're missing basically first time here. Awesome, nice you found your way. Sadly, you basically hit the stream when I'm in the process of closing it. After, I don't know how many hours. How long do we stream, chat? I lost track of time. I don't even want to know. 4 or 5 hours something, right? Yeah, 5.5 hours. Let's say 5 hours it took. I started late. I think it's. Oh, you said you also watched it, right? I remember you said you're off watching it yourself. I just watched it. Yeah. I think that's a bit too advanced for me. True boomer here. Interesting. Yeah. I can definitely see, like, from the visuals and so on, it's different. Though it has so many different styles in it. It's interesting. He said hi, Beglix. Yeah, currently I'm focused on chat, though I need to render credits in the background, which is like the worst right now. Because my brain is not working properly. Like, you know, when you're really tired and you just notice how your everything that has to do with thinking just becomes slower and slower. Yeah, I just noticed this currently very strongly. Let me just think for a moment. I would need. How could I show you the credits the best way possible? I think the best idea, I just take the Galadriel video and just change it. That's the fastest way I can come up with right now. So now it works. Interesting. So I have to add a few people, I think, right? Let me just check credits really fast. Just have to make sure the people get their shout out that they deserved. Shout outs to all the supporters for getting a membership or so on this channel. Much appreciated. I think I got it. I hope nobody subscribed on Twitch because I didn't check that right now. But yeah, I would say, let me just see, is production done basically? Let me just catch up with chat really quick. A whole episode in less time than some trailer breakdowns. That is a very good point, because yeah, with the trailers you have a lot of jumping. No, I meant the Twitch account, Thinklaw. Didn't I just want to post the Twitch account thing? I forgot. I want to post the video, right? It's also in the description of one of the videos, I think. Maybe I should post it really fast so I get this out of my mind. Yeah, but the difference with this is these scenes are often longer and connected. So if there isn't like a ton of details in the background, I can just cover a lot of content at once. And the trailer was more like, okay, we have like these, I don't know, 2-second scene, and then the next 2-second scene that is completely unrelated, and then another 1-second scene, and like a half a second scene, and then a 5-second scene. Like it's always like this, and so it takes forever to cover every scene in a trailer. And since we have done so much of it already in the past, now it gets a bit faster if we just cover the episode. And we still have one episode to cover, to be honest. But a lot of what we have seen now in episode 1 was already in the trailers. Not all of it, but definitely I noticed, okay, this scene we know from that trailer, this scene from that. It's pretty impressive what they released so far. Though I'm still not the hugest fan of the marketing, I have to admit. Yeah, no problem. And don't mind. I think because when people voted for where we should do the watch party, people said I should do it on YouTube. So if people want that, I can do this, no problem. I don't mind too much, though. I would still say probably Twitch is pretty cool to just promote the Twitch channel a little bit. Oh, they show both in the cinema. That's cool. So yeah, let me just get up the credits. I hope it works. Kind of. I hope I didn't forget anybody. Better. I wouldn't show any footage on YouTube. For YouTube, for the VOD, it's just a dude with a timer talking randomly about stuff. Everything else you should not notice at all. So from that perspective, YouTube copyright should be okay. Because you have to watch the stuff on your side anyway. And that's not on my term when it makes sense. Am I late? You are late, yes. So yeah, that should kind of work. I would suggest, as we just set in about, I don't know, 9 hours or so, I would start the watch party then. And then we discuss episode 2 after that. Oh, interesting, like a VR mode for shared VR theater stuff. But yeah, the amazing bad boy, you live and direct, you are late, sadly. Was it crap? No, I don't think it was crap. I think it was pretty decent. I liked it. If I have to give a rating, I'm not sure. I think, yeah, something like 8, 7.5, 7, something in this ballpark. It's not the next Citizen Kane, though. From the you definitely notice it's a very expensive show, and you definitely notice that they would profit from having rights to the Silmarillion, in my opinion, which they don't have. And then you definitely notice, okay, if you know the book, like the Lord of the Rings, and you know what is in it, and you know what they try to show, for example, in the prologue from the Silmarillion, you definitely notice, okay, that was like a prologue with breaks on a bit here and there, because they hint at it, but they can't really show it to you because they don't have the rights for it. That's a bit unfortunate. And as a fan of Tolkien's writings, it would be awesome to see these big things on the screen as well, but we can't get this. The first episode was excellent. Yeah, I also personally liked it. Who's Meteor Man? I don't know. He seems so powerful that he must be one of the Maiar, and so there are not that many he can be. Either he's a completely new character. If not, then he's either Sauron, Gandalf, or maybe, I don't know, or the other wizards. Like one of the wizards or Sauron. That would be my bet currently. I tend more towards... I have no idea, to be honest. Like, he's so strange. Maybe that is the intention, that the book fans can't tell, oh yeah, that's 100% him. I think most people I also talked about previously, who have seen the first episodes already in one of the premieres, said to me something like, there are multiple possibilities who that could be, and I'm on the same boat. Like, it could be Sauron, it could be one of the wizards. Besides that, he speaks Quenya. That is not a big hint in this context, because all, like, the wizards and Sauron all could speak Quenya. Very difficult to say. Can it be Radagast? Yeah, in theory it could be Radagast as well. Oh, interesting. The fireflies made the R rune. That is an interesting detail. I still have to look at what he was writing down there. I don't know. But yeah. We discussed this after I have slept. Check out all my other stuff on this channel. If you like this relatively short recap stream for like an episode. And don't get me wrong, there was a ton of stuff we didn't discuss. I missed, I forgot about. Like I said, I need another rewatch to get deeper into this. Oh, Gaia's also here. Welcome, man. Shoutouts to you as well. I enjoyed the series very much. So excited to watch more. Yeah, I'm also curious about the next few episodes. But overall, I'm also quite positive. And I really mean it. There's some stuff I don't like. There's a lot of stuff I like. I just went and watched your first impressions video and came back, and you are still going, go to sleep. Chris, you're drunk, go home. Yeah, that is of course Pikachu DJ, also pretty cool name. Hopefully it's uphill from here and not downhill. That is also, maybe these two were the best episodes and now it goes downhill. But I have to admit, like, just from my perspective, what the actors, like the acting in the show was pretty good. Probably, I'm not good enough in judging actors and their performances, but it worked for me, and that's pretty good. The humor was on a very tame level, and it seems like so far the show didn't go overboard with extremes. Like, there was not extreme violence, there was not, I don't know, consistently one-liner jokes every 5 minutes. In episode 1, I think there was like not really a single joke or something, so that was pretty cool. The Harfoots I was very worried about, and now I find them pretty cool. I think some of the dialogues are really well written. Some of the lines of dialogue of Elrond, like in episode 2 when he talks to Durin and Disa, that is I'm just impressed by some of the writing there, to be honest. Like, that was really, yeah, I don't know, I really liked it. I also like the performance of Elrond. Elrond was also a bit worried if he works well, but he did. So far I'm the acting was brilliant. I would agree. It's pretty good. surprisingly pretty good. I wouldn't say it's on the level of, I don't know, Once Upon a Time in the West, or Citizen Kane, or I don't know, Blade Runner, that will change the cinema for the next 20 years, or I don't know, Matrix 1 or whatever. Probably not on that level, but for a series, it's pretty decent, I have to admit. And especially for a series where people often had a lot of negativity towards, I have to say, I definitely still have worries, and you definitely have to maybe sometimes forget about what you know about the books, because some of the stuff makes no sense in that context. But overall, I also noticed so many details in the show that I say, okay, there were people who, maybe not all of them, it's really hard to tell how much the showrunners care, but there were some people definitely working on this who deeply cared and did a lot of research and put a lot of work into this project, and that I can respect. You don't have to like it, but you can definitely respect the effort, in my opinion. Yeah, Disa was also pretty cool, and she didn't feel like out of place in a way. So for me, worked perfectly fine. Yeah, they have a very good chemistry. I hope I said the word right now. Like between Durin and Disa, that worked pretty well. Also with Elrond, they worked perfectly. Like, that was a pretty cool scene in the second episode. Yeah, and Spielkalb basically, yeah, exactly, like, he writes, I think it's easier for people who don't know the show, who don't know the lore, because they don't have to connect to the lore. And yeah, that is definitely a big point, in my opinion. And maybe this show, and when this show achieves, and I think we can all agree on that would be the best, that people get into the books and start reading them. Like, if it I wouldn't say if it's just a single person who starts reading the books because of the show, then it was at least worth it. Probably it needs to be more than one to be worth it, but in the end, yeah, it would be. I can see this happening. There's so much detail and love for detail. Like I said, the dwarfs don't trill their R, but they use a throat R. Stuff like that. Yeah, somebody put in some thought there. Pretty cool. How the other stuff will work out and so on, we will find out, I guess, next Friday. Probably then we see a bit more of Numenor, which I'm very curious about too. That 6-7 hours will get shorter and shorter already. Yeah, that's true. Maybe I should definitely go for 9. But you're absolutely right. I even rolled the credits and I'm still talking. But it's a lot of fun seeing like a show like this coming out and chatting with people who liked it. Some people are still skeptical or maybe were a bit disappointed. That's totally fine. It's just like there's just this level of like, I don't know. I think it's best when even if you didn't like the show, isn't it great that others can maybe enjoy it? And like, it doesn't need to be to like, some people go to a very like a big extreme, and I hope that this over the time is a bit reduced again, even though I can imagine that right now everybody who, like, some people just go into every comment section they can find and write, oh, you like the show, you are just, I know, paid by Amazon or whatever. Not at all. I even tried to get whitelisting from Amazon and they didn't answer me. Isn't that awesome? So screw Amazon. But yeah, it's, I watched the show, and what can I say, I actually liked it, so pretty awesome. Yeah, I put it also up for discussion for the last feedback video, and some people also expressed concern, and I'm like, I don't know how much profit it would bring if I would use Amazon affiliate links. Maybe I can find something better. Currently, I'm very personally still also not very sure how to deal with that. In a way, the Amazon shopping company and the Amazon Prime are not a kind of different companies, but just belonging to the same bigger company, if that makes sense. Of course, they are both Amazon, but you know what I mean. Like, one is for shopping stuff, the other not. Still, you could argue I would be biased when it comes to this. And that is, of course, a thing. I don't know if it's worth it. If it's worth the trouble with people, if I'm happy with it myself. Difficult question for me. But yeah, you can write this in the comments. There is like also Chris asks for feedback video on this channel. Check that out. I will go to bed now and probably eat something before and drink, because like I said, my water bottle is empty for like I don't know how many hours. I really need something to drink. Yeah, could invoke the wrong impression. Exactly. Like, if I wouldn't mind if I would just consider not doing reviews, for example. Like, if you do a review where you basically want to be critical towards something in a positive or negative way and then give your opinion, it helps when you're not paid by that company that you're criticizing, if that makes sense. It's definitely, yeah, a difficult topic. We all hate Amazon, but for buying books, I'm fine with them. Yeah, it's just like, I also often try to use like smaller companies or so when I order something, but I have to admit, if I need something really fast, or I don't know, sometimes cheap and fast, then Amazon usually is definitely a good address, especially for books and stuff. I tried it so many times ordering my Tolkien books at other stores, and it's always taking forever. If I buy it, I don't know, using Amazon or so, I just have it the other day. It's just, often I can wait, but sometimes it's yeah, I definitely notice how dominant Amazon is and what they can offer service wise. It's scary but impressive at the same time. But yeah, before we discuss a completely unrelated topic, I would again say thank you people for watching. I hope you enjoyed this little chat after watching this. As somebody wrote, every minute I am here, I'm not in bed, so I should definitely consider that. As said, also my stream VODs, especially those, need all the discussion, need comments and likes, so feel free to post those, and yeah, support the channel and so on, and me helps a lot. Maybe watch the Galadriel video if you haven't. If you are new to this channel and maybe want to know about what Galadriel did in the very early First Age, we did not get far there, then maybe check out this video. There will be a part 2 and a part 3, a part 4 I assume, maybe a part 5, I'm not sure, but not anytime soon. We have just to cover this very long series first. So enough talking. Thank you people for watching. It was a lot of fun with you. I see you in, let's say-ish 9-ish hours. I can't do math right now, so let's say 9 hours, 8.5 hours. I probably set the timer and hope I don't I'm still in bed then. I don't know. But yeah, thank you for watching people.